of all consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and co-pilot, Mrs. Gio.
Good evening, everyone.
And we have an incredible show for you today. Sonia Barrett will be joining us here in just a moment. We'll be getting her on the line, and we were going to do the show at 8 o'clock, but Sonia had some other things that she needed to take care of, so I figured we would go ahead and do the show a little bit earlier for everybody. Then we'll run it on TFR a little bit later. I figured today we can talk about escaping the Matrix, and Sonia has some. I hear a lot of popping.
Yeah, that's
going
my
on over there
mic.
on
It's
your
doing
side.
it's doing it on its own. I'm not touching it. It's doing it on its own.
On its own, huh?
There you go.
That's good. Mics just do that. Mics just start popping and making noise, huh? I guess that's why we need to set up a little bit quicker, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, what's on your mind, Mrs. Gio?
I am excited about speaking with Sonia because it's been a long time since we've had her on the show. So it's a new era for BTV. I think the last time we had her on was when we first started doing Beyond the Veil. And before that, she came on as a TFR guest, a Truth Frequency Radio guest. So she is always a lot of fun, and she knows so much about consciousness and about spirituality. And she's just so real that I love her to death. I really do.
Yes, definitely. If we can get Sonia to turn her camera on, we can bring her on. So we'll see if we can get that situated here. But, Sonia has had a lot of very interesting... there she is. All right. So we will... We'll be bringing Sonia on here in just a moment. So she's been a longtime friend, and we've had her on the show for years. I mean, we've known her for almost 10 years now.
Yeah, about 8-9 years.
On in 2010, and she's just really broken a lot of barriers of consciousness and a lot of understanding. And she's been doing some experiments. Well, she did some experiments. I don't know if she wants to get into it or not. Emily was telling me a little bit about it. I talked to Sonia a little bit, and she said, yeah, we'll get into it. So some of these experiments have to do with a simulation. So I wanted to get her take on all of that and much more. So
Definitely.
Okay.
I don't know how much TV she watches. So, I mean, I'm sure maybe we could get her take on some of these latest shows that have been airing, like Stranger Things and OA and things like that, and how interdimensional stuff has really been in the collective consciousness lately. She always has something pivotal to point out that we've never thought of. So
very true. Very true. I started watching a little bit of the OA last night. I watched the first 3 episodes, but the problem with these Netflix series is it's really a 2-hour story that is dragged on for 2 seasons. And it's come on, just tell me the story and give it to me in a nice 2-hour format so I can understand it. And then if you want to put, a second part to that, that's fine too. But I don't need 18 hours of storytelling, because then the writers drag it on. But a lot of the similarities between the OA and what we have been talking about here on Beyond the Veil, for sure. Stranger Things, of course. Mm-hmm. We did that ayahuasca experience in August of 2016, and then we saw the octopus in the sky, and then 3 months later, Stranger Things 2 comes out, where the whole idea is this octopus living in the what were they called? The upside down world.
The upside down, yeah.
The upside down, and there it was right there. And then the Solo movie too. The octopus makes an appearance, and I hear from the pipeline that the octopus makes an appearance in the 2nd season of the OA.
He does.
Yeah.
And his name is Mr. Knight.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so they named him.
Yeah.
Very nice. Anyways, let's get to Sonia. We'll be right back.
The purpose of your consciousness is never to destroy. It is always to create. Build bridges. Create happiness. And bring forth new life. You must live in heaven that each other. The more that we awaken, the easier this will become. Our lives are good conductors and fear no danger as you step beyond the veil.
So the evidence keeps mounting up that we are indeed living in a computer simulation. You know, I talked to Professor Gates. I mentioned this before. We need to get him on the show. He's the one that I'm always referencing about the code that he found in string theory. That was Claude Shannon's code. He doesn't. He's not a believer of the simulation, though. He said, "Look, what's the difference between the simulation theory and religion?" He says, "I'm a mathematician. I'm all about numbers," and I said, "I'm sure you are." But I still think it would be interesting to have him on the show anyway it goes.
Oh, absolutely, because simulation theory, it's become kind of a faith-based thing. Like, oh, well, I have faith that this is a simulation, rather than I have here's concrete evidence. Here's this and this and this, which leads me to the conclusion. And a lot of people tend to leave that part out of it. You know, it's kind of like, oh, well, this is what I think, this is what I feel, this is what I'm intuiting from my consciousness. I know that this is real. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that in a person that's like, well, wait a second, I don't have any concrete proof either way. You can't prove it either way, so I'd rather not go out on that limb.
He said, the problem is it can't be falsified.
Right.
It can't be proven or falsified.
Right.
It's just, but that's where gnosis comes in. It's when you know, and then you put it into practice. And once you put it into practice and you start to see things manifesting over and over and over again in your life, well, there's only one conclusion. Either we're supermen or we're in a simulation and we just figured out how to mess with the code.
Yep,
but we are definitely spirit informed, though.
Definitely.
Yes.
Sonia Barrett is the executive producer of the award-winning documentary, The Business of Disease. She is the host and producer of the radio show, The Expansion Zone with Sonia Barrett on KPFK 90.7 FM in Los Angeles.
I think that's an old bio.
No, it's from
is it
it's from her website. Yeah.
Okay.
Sonia
it
Barrett
sounds very familiar. We haven't had Sonia on in a few years, so. Okay.
She is known for her cutting-edge insights, with much of it supported by quantum physics. Theoretical physicist Dr. Amit Goswami refers to her as a true mystic. Her work bridges the gap between science and spirituality in a simplified format. She addresses the programming, beliefs, and concepts by which we have lived our lives both individually and collectively. She's the author of The Holographic Canvas, The Fusing of Mind and Matter, and her second book, A Journey of Possibilities. I don't think we've had her on since she wrote the second book.
No,
so
we haven't.
Amazing. Welcome to the show, Sonia.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Can you see me? I have no idea.
Yes, you are coming through beautifully, and you're looking beautiful as always.
Yes, you are.
So, you should be able to see the screen coming back, but I think you have us on a camera, so you might not be able to.
I actually, this is my first time deciding to use my Note 9.
It's funny because we just did a show with somebody yesterday, and it was the first time that they used the cell phone as well. Mm-hmm. And so I'm starting to see, this could work. This really can work. It's amazing how far technology has come.
It's easier because, there's so much rearranging and my moving stuff. I was like, you know what? Let me just use it. You paid enough for this darn phone.
It's looking good. So
it is.
Yeah, let's proceed. So I was speaking to Emily, and she told me that you guys hang out all the time. Y'all work out and do all that, which is really cool because I just got into it myself a couple of months ago. I've been going to the gym and all that. She said y'all go hiking. But she was sharing some stories about some experiments that you did, and I hope that it was okay for her to share them with me. But she was sharing about some experiments that you did, kind of proving the simulation, which I found really, really interesting. I want to get into, but first of all, what is your understanding of reality as you know it? Like, where are you in 2019 right now?
Where am I in the sense of my understanding?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I'm still, every moment I'm discovering more. And that's the only way that I can state it. I don't hang out just in a fixed interpretation, but what I open myself for is the expansion of what I know now, and you know, in the next moment or tomorrow or whatever, that what I know now, I will even have a bigger picture of what I thought I knew. That's the way I can state it. So in saying that, everything that I've always talked about, I basically just continue to find evolution in that information. So instead of just being in that one space with it, I realized that reality is based on layers and infinite layers of possibilities. And so I just keep interacting with a new level of possibility. That's basically how I see it. And I think that the challenge that people have is we so need for reality to be one thing. We need it to be this thing specifically, in order to feel comfortable. And I think that's where the challenge comes in, even for scientists, because, you know, we continue to say, even science says that all that we have is potentials. We have an ocean of possibilities, an ocean of potential. So basically, if that is the case, then any and everything is a possibility. There is a potentiality for any concept whatsoever. And so for me, in that realization, it makes it so much easier for me to flow into every next new realization that I have. And the only way that we're doing that really is when we free ourselves to be able to see more. That's all. We're seeing what already is. It's just we're seeing things according to where we are in our perception and in what we can accept as a possibility. And so I think when people begin to maybe look at it more open, in a more open way, in that way, there won't be so much conflict about, you know, who's right or who's wrong or who's believing what, because we're all interacting with this experience, whatever we want to call it, according to where we are in our understanding. And of course, there's some base concepts, or there's some base perspectives or perceptions about reality that I think is across the board. There's some base things that we agree on simply because we are all sort of wired for a particular version or interpretation of reality. So for me, I don't see the difficulty in some of the things that become difficult to understand. It's like, no, we're for the most part wired for a familiar interpretation of reality, a base interpretation, a base version of reality. But that doesn't mean that that's the ultimate. That's just what collectively that's the foundation we stand on collectively, that a tree is a tree, your chair is a chair, some basic things. But that's not ultimately it. Everything is existing in multiple layers beyond what we see with our eyes. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of my free thinking, my free expansiveness of reality. And I'm just open to seeing more of what it already is.
That is beautifully said. And
is.
I'm always saying on the show that if you're at the same place that you were 10 years ago and saying the same things, then you're not really making any progress. You're not evolving in your gnosis. And the gnosis really is an ever-evolving understanding. Consciousness is ever expanding. But as it expands, I find that I'm finding little anomalies within reality itself, like the Mandela effect, for example. We have a lot of people that remember one thing in one particular way and others that remember it another way. And it's one Mandela effect after another, which in my opinion, is indicative of a glitch in reality or a glitch in the system. Or maybe, half of the population is just psychotic and experiencing psychosis. But I don't think that that's the case. I think people really remember the old timeline. And then I look at astrology, for example, and I see how well astrology works. Cherie does astrology. And it's just like evidence after evidence after evidence that what we're experiencing isn't necessarily real in the traditional sense. And then we can take that knowledge and we can start to form reality to ourselves, because reality has always been formed based on our consciousness, but the understanding of that, we can forge a better reality for ourselves and a better reality for others. What do you think about that?
Well, I think, there's a lot there. I think that when we say reality, it's just all these
reality
words.
Subjective. I know.
Yes.
It's very subjective.
Yeah, all these words just become trapping, meaning that people they want to trap it into something. Okay, well, what's real? Then we say, well, this is real and that's not real, but everything is this paradox of is and isn't. It kind of like that idea of the wave and the particle. So everything isn't and it isn't. So I think that I don't even remember what the whole question was now, but I think that is something that people really need to really hone in on. When we say, okay, well, this is real, or the timeline has shifted, and then you're like, well, what timeline? We have no idea. Everything. You know what I'm saying? It's like everything is in this constant state of movement, right? There's nothing static. So we honestly, technically, have no idea where we technically are, other than the fact that we are, if that makes sense. And so we do want to pin it down to some sort of location, some sort of locale. Now, for me, the way that I would interpret this is that our brains, we are sort of connected, or seem to be, I'm going to use that word seem to be wired for a particular version or interpretation of what we call reality. That's the only way that I could really try to express that, is that we seem to be wired. Now, is everybody wired for that version or interpretation of reality? And that, again, is also another little tricky thing, because then we think that it's everybody, but we have no idea what everybody is. We have no idea what that even means. Who is everybody? You don't?
That's exactly right. Our perspective.
We don't know.
Our perspective is literally a party of one situation. Yeah, that's.
We have no
all
idea.
You've got. Yeah.
Yeah, we have no idea, because we have to keep remembering that every day, and for however long this has been going on, reality continues to be reinforced to us, versions of it keep being shown to us, just like the news, whether we watch the news or not, around us, we have a perspective of what the whole world is. And I keep reminding people that the idea of the world is brought to you through videos and pictures and information. And basically, that's what it is. Otherwise, we have no idea what China or Russia or any place looks like, the United States, the different states, unless you are actually there. If you think about it, what you have are pictures, videos, information that is spread and shared. That's what we wire to. Mm-hmm. So we wire to this information. Now we have these models, right? If we're going to go in that direction, we have these models that our brain has sort of wired itself to. So there's an expectancy of how certain things are supposed to be. But if we're going to be honest with ourselves and we step back, we realize that this blueprint that we seem to be so hooked on or addicted to is constantly reinforced for the people that you know, for the people that I know, people that you seem to run into in a store, on the street. There's a version that we seem to be sharing, but it doesn't mean that that's everyone. The only thing we know of, technically, truthfully, about the world is our immediate interaction with whoever we're dealing with in the moment, when we leave the house, when we get in the car, when we're on the freeway. Everything that we're actually interacting with in that moment is technically the only truth that we have about anything for ourselves, is that immediate interaction. And I know for some people that's like crazy. Well, no, that's just ridiculous. Well, can you see all of the whole world? Do you know if there's a everybody on the planet?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any? We have no idea. And I think when we start to come to that place and be okay with that, that's when the veil starts to shift even more, and you can start seeing beyond all of this. But until then, we keep running that program. That program is designed to be consistently what each of us is expecting it to be, and so it just loops. It just keeps looping. I could go on and on about this.
No, I've said very similar things on the show. Behind me, there's a curtain, and right now, my reality is this room right here, and you on the screen, and all of this. Behind that curtain, there's nothing there right now until I open that curtain. Then once I open the curtain and look out the window, then that becomes a part of my reality. But as far as I can see, this is my only sense of reality right here. So I speculate that consciousness is kind of individualized, but then we come together and then we share shared spaces. But as you said before, everything we're bombarded with is fake. Fake news, fake this, fake that, fake food, fake air, all of that. And
but not. That's the thing too. Even, and the reason why I'm saying this because sometimes people get the wrong interpretation. But when we say fake, okay, we're saying it from a different standpoint, but another person now takes it as a negative, like, oh my God, yes, everything is fake. Well, everything isn't. It isn't. It's simply part of the construct of this particular experience. Everything isn't it, and it just isn't. It appears and it disappears. It is and it isn't. So that means everything is technically fake.
How about illusionary? Maybe that's a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say yes, illusionary. According to the consciousness that's interacting, with the experience. That's how it seems to be showing up, because there's a bunch of stuff you're not seeing, I'm not seeing, yet it's right here. It's right here in this very space. Occupying this space, different frequency, but we're not seeing it. And I think that those, for me, are things that keeps me like, okay, where sometimes I just shut my mouth, where it's just like, okay, because you get it. Because it's just layers and layers. Again, the spaces between the spaces between the spaces, it's just immeasurable potentialities. And this conversation that we're having, we've already changed to so many different potentials now. Maybe we expanded our thinking a bit. Maybe you said something that triggered me, I've said something that triggered you, so we've already shifted into all kinds of different spaces. The world around us, the room looks the same, but is it? And so this is going on all the time. It's just It's just how the energy, or how the, what should I say? The substance that seems to create this idea of form, how it is all interacting with the interface then of what we call the human brain, what we define as the brain. And because the brain is always looking for a pattern of something, it's looking for familiarities all the time. And this is how our world can somehow remain small, because unless we are having these conversations like we're doing right now to stretch the mind and for the brain to recognize that we are in for the long haul of seeing more and more, then we're not restricted to these limiting and limited perspectives and perception of what reality is and what we are. And I'll stop there.
That's very true.
This is exactly why the psychedelic experience is so threatening to the ego. And it's so threatening to people who are invested very heavily in that ego, because what you say is absolutely correct. The brain, the ego is always trying to look for familiarity. Oh, this is familiar. This I get. Oh, okay, yeah, Trump is this or that. People in this country are this or that. This makes sense to me. And then when you get into the psychedelic space, then it's unfamiliar. Everything is totally unfamiliar to you as in your mind. And so
it's scary for people. It's scary because it's the unknown.
Yeah.
It's the total unknown, and we've got to have the known. That's why we need so desperately for reality to be something specific that we can sink our teeth into and we can confirm that. And that, because that is our greatest fear, is not knowing, is walking in the dark and what we think we are as human beings. And some of what I say, for some people, it kind of freaks them out a little bit, because it's like, well, what am I then? What are you saying? Well, who is I? So we can go all kinds of places, because, what is consciousness? And I think that many of these words we cling to because we've adopted these definitions and perceptions and perspectives about it. We're expanding our consciousness. But then, some people still don't know, well, what are we talking about? What is consciousness?
Mm-hmm. Awareness.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I would call it. Awareness. Yeah.
Awareness. And that's not the ultimate. So that's another, what do you call it? Level that people will also, New Age in particular, want to stay there with we're just expanding consciousness. Well, what is that? Is consciousness is not the ultimate. To me, consciousness is still an interface, because that which we are, he has no words and cannot be defined. However, there is a point of opportunity to have some sort of definition in order to interact and in order to really partake of this incredible psychedelic experience, because that's what it is. We are on a psychedelic. This is a trip.
It's
there's memes that float around the psychedelic forums on Facebook. What if we're just aliens and then we wake up and we've got a bong in our hand and we're like, oh my God, that was
the weirdest trip I've ever been on.
But you just expanded my consciousness, Sonia, because I've moved away from the idea of spirituality, because spirituality seems to be pulling at the consciousness in one polarized direction or another. And I'm all about balance. So you've got the New Age pulling on the love and light element. You've got the religions pulling on the ego element of the consciousness. There's always a pull. So I've gone to referring to everything as consciousness. We are about consciousness. Now you're taking us to a whole new level, though. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a few years back I came to that realization. I'm like, well, what the hell is consciousness? I mean, I did write about it, and I do workshops, and I started talking about it because people tend to get, we get hooked into, as I said, a particular word and a definition, and that becomes the big thing. But I start throwing it out there. I'm like, well, what is that exactly? Do you even know? Well, that's not the ultimate, because we've done that. We've made it like the ultimate. And I started to see that, just kind of like the brain, that's an interface. But individualized, meaning that each of us have this like, it's a consciousness system. That's the other word I use. It's a consciousness system. Each of us have our own unique consciousness system, which allows us to go forth then in the human experience and have our own unique experience. That's how we bring that's how we contribute to the overall existence, is to add our own ingredients of uniqueness, despite the fact that um, the choices that we make and the experiences that we're having are definitely influenced by all the programs and the belief systems that have been, imposed on us, or interjected into our lives, um, or that we have, um, we've gotten through our genetics, through our bloodline, because it's all data. It's all bits of information that is being transferred throughout everything. Everything is just bits of it's all information. It's all data. And of course, we can talk about that, because even with Professor Gates and what he has discovered, of course, the mystics were talking about those kinds of things. I think the difference here is that when a scientist actually now provides some evidence of the things that have been, others have seen, that really helps to lend some credibility. Now, the thing is that I think, if I understood or remember correctly, when he was saying, he doesn't believe in simulation. I don't know if you want to go into that, but that's like this whole other, I guess, subject that, we can probably touch on.
I do want to get into that, but I want to ask you about this, because you mentioned that not everybody's the same. And this is something that I've come to realize through my own personal journeys inward. And I've realized that there are some people with, I guess you can call it a divine spark. I call them non-player characters, kind of from the video game terminology. And then you have others that are organic consciousness. So you imagine like a World of Warcraft type scenario where people are sitting at a keyboard versus the computer generated avatars that are moving around within the computer system itself, within the video game. Some people are sitting at a keyboard. And then as I started to realize all of this, I looked at like Dolores Cannon. She was talking about background people. I look at Helena Blavatsky. She was talking about the ones with the divine spark, those without. Toth was talking about the children of light and children of men. In the Bible, you have the, what was the term? You have men and sons of men.
Sons of men,
making a distinction of two. And even in Gnosticism, you have the psychics and the helics. And the psychics were the ones with the divine spark within them. So I wonder if the people we encounter are actually real, or if they're non-player characters. What do you think about that idea? I mean, I know the first thing that comes to people's mind is, whoa, wait a minute. We're dehumanizing people now. But that's not the case at all. We're just trying to see things for what they are and what the ancients have been telling us.
Yeah, well, even the idea of dehumanizing, this whole thing is just, it's so big, because in the end, this is about technology. In the end, this is a technology that goes beyond our limited perception of what technology is. Just to to throw that out there. That's why I've talked about it in from that context, that everything is, and everything that we do here in terms of technology is a minuscule. It's a small attempt to replicate something bigger. That's what we do. We'd have to. This is how we do anything, is based on something that exists bigger.
Well, it's as above, so below. And you see right now we're creating virtual reality. I don't know if you've had a chance to play it, but as soon as I put the headset on, I'm like, oh, I remember this. I remember this from before. I did this once before, and I'm stuck in this machine. But this is just the baby stages here, the infantile stages. I mean, 50 years from now, it's going to be completely immersive experience.
Oh, absolutely. And all we're doing is just mimicking the bigger picture as to how we actually appear to be showing up in this expression that we call life and the human experience. And you said something about the divine spark, the players and the non-players. Well, even the non-players are players, because that's their role. It's like extras in a movie. They're there. They're acting. Well, what are they doing? They're acting as extras. They're acting as voiceless characters. They're They're acting as whatever that particular role may be. I think the way that I would look at it is that I think that there are those who are definitely definitely appear to be here in this version of reality that we seem to be connected with, who are here to push the envelope, to access memory again, to remember more, to go further beyond the boundaries of this human experience. I think that those are there. There are people that are here specifically to do that. I see us as astronauts, engineers, scientists, explorers,
Computer
and
programmers.
Programmers. Definitely, it was
Mhm.
true. Programmers, and the folks that don't seem to be interested in this kind of conversation, they have to be there for. We need them. We need the background. We need all of that. If we don't have all of these various characters, we can't get the fullest extent of the experiment and the experience. It's not possible. So we have to have all these dynamics that we interact with in order to be triggered, to, in whatever way that that may be, and to, to come away with results emotionally. Technically, that's generally what happens, is because we process everything that way. We, electrochemical impulses, we're processing these experiences through our emotions and feelings, and that is where we get the results of what it is to be human. This is where we get the results of the energy or the frequency or the experience that unfolds from the interaction, emotional interaction with certain people and certain experiences, from love to, to money, to victimization, to whatever it is. These are everything. There is nothing here, or no one here, that is a pointless character. And I do write about it in the holographic canvas. I did refer to some of those people. It's like, how many real people are here? But that's how I was writing at the time.
Well, that's
how
true.
many.
And one thing for people to remember is that this world right here, it may not be real to us, but it's very real to those background
Yeah, it
people.
is.
It's the only it's the only world they know, and they are a
Right.
consciousness in a
They
sense.
are sentient.
Yeah. So something to
Yeah,
consider.
absolutely. Yeah, and to someone else that is beyond this little limited version of reality or the experience here, where we're background noise. We're we're so limited in our understanding that we're not that big either. So, I think for me, to remember that there are others on I think on the planet, and I've said this many times, there are others on the planet who have moved through this particular limiting perception of reality and are living a completely a more expansive interpretation of reality, which allows them to more easily interact with other realms, and it doesn't become this woo-woo thing, but instead it's a natural thing. It's like getting in your car and driving state to state, or getting on a plane and traveling to another country, or whatever. It's become normal, because the veils that keep us separated from seeing what's here, the different layers of experiences and expressions that are here. For some people, it's those veils have already gone. And how does that happen? But the more that the programs that we have been operating by, the more those programs shift away, go away, is the more we're able to see, is the clearer we become. And people need not be so in fear of thinking they're going to be less than, because that's what people think. They're so afraid that if I say technology, and I've said that many times, your body is a matrix. It's a system. You're not your body. But it is part of you, but you technically aren't. So when we say something like that, immediately somebody gets offended. That's because they have reduced the totality of who they are to their body. That's why they get so offended. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not. I'm. This is just technology. Well, that which you are, that is that goes way beyond any the confines of this body. Then it's so much more expansive that it can't be confined to this body. However, this body is used as a vehicle and a vessel to operate within the gaseous laws then of this particular reality. It breathes. It's got to take in oxygen. It's got all the gases that we have to encounter to hold this perception of reality in place. And that's simply it. And the body processes that those gases. It's designed to be able to function in this reality. And it's a sensory system as well, so that you can have process the experience through sensations. And that's what people need to start seeing, and not be so invested in, oh my God, I well, who's I? Who you're talking about?
Very well said. Mm-hmm. Let me get your opinion on this. My philosophy is that we are overlaid with programs, as you've said several times, and I wholeheartedly agree. But at the base level of everything, we have what I refer to as our raw consciousness, our unprocessed, down at the bottom with no programs. And just being in this machine, being in this body is a program in and of itself. I mean, this body, this brain, all of this is all part of this machine that we find ourselves inside of. So the goal in my personal journey is to reach down into that raw consciousness state, removing all the programs, even past life programs. I mean, all the lives that we've lived up to this point are also overlay programs. So we have to go way below all of that to get to that raw consciousness element of ourselves. What do you think about that idea, though? Because it seems like it's kind of a bottomless pit. Like there is no getting to the raw consciousness.
No, and I think that, that's the challenge that people, put themselves in. It's like, okay, well, how do I remove all the programs? And what you have to do is you are operating according to each moment, according to what shows up about yourself in the moment. You only concentrate on who you are in the moment. This is where you observe your behavior, your belief system, your thinking. To not do that and to want to go, okay, well, I'm just going to, work on removing all the programs, becomes just another way of distracting oneself from actually seeing who you are. Know thyself in this moment, because whatever it is that shows up in your realization, in your observation of your thinking and your belief system and your behavior in that moment, that is what is being presented to you to perhaps shift, to change, to however you want to put it, to work on, just to acknowledge. Excuse me. What needs to be understood too is that when we do that, that one moment of realization, that aha moment of change, is tied to probably thousands of programs that simply gets shifted in that one realization and acceptance of what you have observed about yourself, not out of guilt, not to shame, not to regret, none of that. a simple realization and a decision to make some changes, change from that particular pattern of behavior or thinking or belief system or whatever. A lot of this is they're tied. One thing has thousands probably attached to it, and it's to realize that. So it doesn't become this mountain on our heads of, oh my God, how are we going to clear all of that? No, you focus on this moment and the things, I'm going to grab my water, that show up about who you are in this moment. And that's how we start to do that. And we're okay with who we are in the moment. We are okay with who we are and what we have done. The acceptance of the life that we have lived, because that's who we were when we did the things that we did, when we, whatever, we believed what we believed, when we acted as we did. We only do what we do according to who we are in that moment. And that's really important that we really get that through our heads, so you don't spend time regretting and blaming and all of that, because all you did was what you were supposed to do, is to come here and to experience. Your job is also not only to experience, but to begin to transcend from limiting experiences, to begin to transcend from I don't want to say better or worse, but from experiences then and patterns that no longer serve your evolution. That's how I would put that.
I absolutely love that, because it's that philosophy right there basically says whoever you are right now is who you're supposed to be. That's not it. There's nothing bad. There's nothing good. It's just experience. And the more experience you have, the better you will be off. I mean, regardless of whether these experiences seem horrible or terrible at the time, you grow from them. Both positive
Right.
and negative. And so it's all good. It's all good for you. And I really love that philosophy, because I heard it said one time that people who are depressed are living in the past, and people who are anxious are living in the future. But if you live in the present, then you're always happy. You're always satisfied. You're always content with who you are, where you're at, and what you're doing in life. And I just love that philosophy so much.
Right. And you don't spend so much time judging yourself, because to observe yourself, which is what I was talking about before, doesn't mean judging yourself. It means
Right.
observing yourself. And there's something, oh, yeah. And yes, the things that have happened to us in our lives, certainly, there's things that we don't want to repeat in our lives. And as we expand in awareness, our choices are going to change. And the things that we draw to us are going to change. Not that we're saying they were good or bad. It's just that you have evolved beyond those particular experiences, particularly when you can own them, when you can go ahead and look at them and see what what you got. What did I learn from this? What did I get from this? When we can do that, then we don't have to run the risk of repeating the same thing over and over, because you just accepted this is what it was. This was what it was. And I experienced these things because for whatever reason, that was where I was at that time in my life. But I am no longer in that place. But I am grateful to whatever I received from that experience, because every experience is a stepping stone. Every experience is leading you, it's led you to this place. Let's just put it that way. Everything that we've all experienced, and we've all had a story. We've all had some stuff that it's like, oh my gosh, you can't even believe you lived through it. But here we are in this moment. So somehow every single one of those experiences, however, as we say, horrific they were, they led you here. You're right here. So that says something. Somehow those steps brought you right here. And I think that is so important for us to recognize, that just something that simple, was like, wait a second. I'm here right now. I managed to get here through, through all the bumps and the bruises, and I'm here. And look at what I'm understanding right now. Would I have understood? I'm not saying you have to go through what we call horrific situations in order to, come into an understanding. But for some of us, that was just the journey we had to take. We took that route, and here we are.
Well, and that brings so much meaning to these experiences. And I've heard people say, "Oh, well, I've wasted the last 10 years of my life, or I've wasted this, number of years." No, nothing is a waste. Nothing is ever a waste.
Well, it's not necessarily that it's a waste, but you look back on the last 10 years and you ask yourself, how could I have made those 10 years better? So, for example, I just got into working out a couple of months ago. Why didn't I do this 10 years ago? I'm asking myself. And if I had made those choices back then, the last 10 years would be way better. Now I'm looking forward on how can I improve the next 10 years.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know I'm always messing with you. I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, why I say these things? Because that's everything. I like to remind people, everything that I say, if I'm on a show, it's all the things that I say to myself. I talk to myself like this. Well, what do you mean better, Sonia? Well, what's better? Okay, so you didn't work out 10 years ago, but when you weren't working out, trust me, there are things that you were doing during the 10 years that you have learned from. You had to. And if you were working out, it would have been completely different. Mm-hmm. And you would not necessarily be who you are right now. So for whatever reason, you didn't work out then, and because that was what you needed to do and go through the mire of whatever you experienced. So no. So when people say, well, yeah, I could have been better. What that does is that's regret. When you say, how could I have made it better? That is not acceptance of every moment of life as it was, because that was where you were. And that moment required those things because that's who you were at that moment.
That is very true. I mean,
said.
for 4 years, I had a contract with a company doing their IT, and I was in front of the computer 16, 17 hours a day. I wouldn't have been able to do that had I been somewhere else, but that allowed me to take other steps to be able to do other things to get me to where I am now. So I definitely see that 100%. I wish the last 10 years were better, though, but I got to let go of that regret.
Yeah, you do have to let go. You know why you have to let go of that? Because if you don't let go of it, it sounds like you're saying it topically, but there's a root in there that has other things attached to it because of not being satisfied. Like what could I have done differently? And sometimes life takes it where it says, oh, so you want to be able to redo this, huh? And then sometimes it makes you backtrack to some conditions in your life so you could do it over again.
This
right. This is why I tell people the regrets, abandon the regrets, because regrets means I wish I could do this all over again. I could do it differently. We set ourselves up. This is a game that I say is criminal.
That's a good point, Sonia. But you know what though? It's funny because we've been working with ayahuasca and a few different things, and there were some things from my teenage years that I haven't been able to get a hold of over the last 10 years because I just thought, it was behind me and all this stuff. As soon as I put it out there to the universe, hey, I'm going to start working out. I want to be 20 again. That's what I said when I turned 40. I said, I want to be 20 again. All of these substances appeared in my sphere. Right. 20-year-olds started coming into my sphere going, hey, let's go to a rave party. Let's do this. Let's do that. And it's funny you mentioned that because you're right. It's like you want to experience all this over again? Okay, let's do it. But you know what? This time around, I have the wisdom, though, that I didn't have back then. Yeah. Right. That's the key.
Well, you're just going to keep moving forward. That's what I say. It's like, you know what? We don't even have to go backwards. It's just moving forward. And your moving forward is going to be even grander than what you think you could have done differently. It's true. Because as you said, you have accumulated a level of wisdom that is going to give you a grander experience. So there's nothing missed. There's absolutely nothing missed. And And I know for some people that's a tough one, because I deal with a lot of people who have had a time with letting go of guilt or regret, or how could I be so foolish? How could I have done, such ridiculous things? How could I have stayed in that relationship all that time? How could I? How? And then guess what? Then they spend another 5 years thinking about how could I, just playing that record over and over, when they could have now moved forward, into something even much bigger. So yeah, the construct, then we can call it simulation, system, whatever.
Well,
Doesn't
Sonia,
matter what
actually,
we call-
I wanted to take a quick break before we get into that. And on the
Sure.
other side, I want to get into the construct, into the simulation and all that. So, yeah, let's do that real quick, because I've got to get some hotter coffee here. And we'll be right back in just a moment.
All right.
Travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires. As we travel upon the level of time, to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to a place where once attained, no traveler returns. The place of your consciousness which awaits us when we are past.
No regrets. I
Yep.
saw somebody with a tattoo that said no regrets, and he spelled it RAGRATS. No regrets. Are you okay?
Yeah, there's
Look
the ice cream man.
Oh, the
just
ice
drove
cream man is
down
here.
the street. I
Well,
know I was hearing
We
something.
can take another quick break if you'd like.
No, it's fine. I was just wondering if that was the doorbell. Sorry.
So we're speaking with Sonia Barrett about the simulation, about reality, about the nature of reality, about how we can make our reality better. And I titled the show How to Escape the Matrix because everything we do here is completely free flowing. And I think what Sonia was saying earlier is, we interact with each other and then we move possibilities in one direction and another. And just, it's an infinite expansion, which is why I love doing things completely and totally off the cuff. But when you really think about it, understanding the nature of reality is really how to escape the matrix, depending on how you define the matrix, whether it's a computer simulation, which we have theorized and speculated here on the show, but it's more than a computer system because we just have the best language to describe this non-player characters computer simulation, but it's bigger than that. But it is a technology for sure. But the way you escape it is realizing the programs that you are living in and realizing, sometimes there are some good programs. Sometimes there's bad programs. Sometimes there's malevolent programs. I would go so far as to say the whole freaking system is infected with a virus. But that's neither here nor there, though. But yeah, I think it's the realization of all of this. As I've said before, people ask, how do you stop archonic attacks? Oh, the archons are attacking me, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, look, the attacks by the quote unquote archons, they're just negative thought patterns and thought loops within your mind. They're as thinly tied to you as a piece of sewing thread. You can cut them very easily, but it's realizing that it's there is the whole key to breaking that program.
Well, yeah, buying into the fact that you're being attacked is what makes you be attacked. Really.
I think so.
The fact that you're actively engaging your mind in the investment of that attack that makes it real.
Well, I would go so far as to say that it's also technology based. We have all these different stories of, 5G is going to control your mind. Gwen towers are sending signals to your brain, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's to make you doubt your own thoughts. It's a psychological operation. I mean, there could be some technology that actually works, but we're bombarded with so many conspiracy theories about technology that I wonder if that is the psychological operation in and of itself.
Because we're actually in complete control of our minds and our space and our sphere. We're in complete control at all times. Thank you so much, Joker Smiles.
Sent a donation. Just wanted to drop in and say hello and send some love. Got to rewatch this later tonight. So he's not even able to watch the show, and he just came in and sent a donation.
Much love back to
Much
you.
love to you, definitely. So let's go back to Sonia. Sonia, before the break, we were talking about the simulation or whatever this thing is that we're inside of. Maybe we're inside of our own minds. I had a dream the other day before we started watching the OA, like 4 or 5 days before, because I don't know if you've seen the show, but people were telling us, you got to watch the OA, you got to watch the OA. I had a dream that me and a couple of other people were actually like in a mental hospital, and this whole life experience was nothing more than these projections inside of this mental hospital that we were all in.
Like a collective delusion.
Yeah, and then come to find out, that's kind of the basis of the OA that people were telling us, you've got to watch, you've got to watch, you've got to watch. Yeah, it was very strange. But I don't even know where I was going with that. But the simulation, though, whatever the hell this is, whatever we're in, if we're in our own minds or if we're in a machine, how do I identify this machine and what can we do with this?
Well, okay. So the first thing I'm going to say too is that, I've done videos on YouTube, but I tend to talk about this part. But I think that we need to realize that we are not this is not about escaping. It really isn't. And the reason why I'm constantly saying that is because when we use the word escape, it conjures up the fact that we are trying to run away from something. Something is chasing you, you're trying to run from it. And that's not what, at least that's not how I see this. What I see is that it's not about running from it, but it is expanding beyond this construct, this version of this experience that we're having. It's transcending. It's just becoming, to some degree, larger than this construct. So I like to throw that out because, yes, you get a lot of people go, oh, how can I get out of this? How can I escape it? And the mere fact that you're saying that, I realize that there's so much that is not understood, and there's so much that is not being worked on by that person.
Well, it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because just the other day I said, escape the matrix. And I said, hold on. Let me reword this. I said, it's not really about escaping. It's about beating the game. How do we beat the game and get to the last level?
Right. That is kind of one of the things that I do say. If for lack of better words, yes, it is beating the game, and that simply means that you end up going. You never leave a game an experience, because every experience is going to be its own game, honestly. Whether you're talking about this realm, that realm, whatever, experiencing is going to have its own construct. Whether you're creating a planet yourself, a universe, you're still engaging on a whole different level. You're participating in an experience. So yeah, it is this version of reality that we're talking about. This is where we feel that we are trapped, or that we are stuck, or that we can't find a way out, where we feel stressed out by it, we feel confined, all restricted by it. This is why people feel like they need to escape. It's not that. It is discovery. It is discovering the master version of yourself. This is what it's about. It is discovering that aspect of yourself, and to realize that you're operating in this game in two different levels. You've got a character that you're operating, as it's your character, that robotic part of us, that automated part of us that is designed for survival. That's really the part of us that runs the body. That's who does all of the experiencing of the pain and the sorrow and all of that. The part of us that is expansive beyond this experience, right? Can't be contained in this body, but is more the observer of this experience, doesn't experience that. But that part of us does, because it's designed to process, again, these feelings, these emotions from the interaction that we have with the game experience through the sensory system. So the body is designed as a sensory system, so that the sensations from the experience can be had. And that's what we're dealing with. So we're dealing with two different situations here. And I think it becomes really important for people to really start honing in on that. Then you start getting that there's nothing to escape from, but it is to master. It is to expand beyond that.
That is a good point. That is a really good point. I want to say thank you to Mr. B real quick. He sent a donation. He says, this is for Silky Conditioner for our lovely hosts. I guess it's this beautiful head of hair here.
Oh, wow.
And he said, oh, hail the hot dog. I don't know what mine. The hot dog is. But no, I think you're spot on, Sonia. What I've come to the, not necessarily conclusion, but the hypothesis that the machine that we're in, though, is broken, in the sense that we have an unnatural darkness within this machine. I call it a virus. I'm sure you've heard of the pizza related stuff and, all that stuff that has kind of come to the surface with the Clinton campaign and all of this. And this is a darkness that was not part of this design. I mean, this is like the darkest of dark, it's darkness in form. It really is. And
which machine are we talking about? You talking about the construct here with the government and all of that? Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the bigger picture?
The bigger picture. The way I see it, we designed this machine here, whatever we're in, to experience all these different experiences, right? To master these experiences, as you said. But there's a virus within the system that is creating this unnatural darkness, which is actually killing our consciousness, or staining our consciousness to the point to where we're feeling all of this. I mean, we don't have to see this ritualistic abuse that takes place right in front of us, but we feel that energy by just simply being within this sphere, and we can feel that there's this unnatural darkness. So when I say escape, I mean, I do kind of lean towards that, because we've got to get out of the machine. Otherwise, it's going to destroy our consciousness. What do you think about that possibility?
No, no, because it's saying destroying our awareness, our ability to be expansive. I don't think so, but I think that, and I've heard that the system, the machine, that it's broken, and that this is not how it was supposed to be, and that it is unnatural. But then on the other hand, we go, Well, all that exists are potentials, impossibilities. So we end up contradicting ourselves because everything that is happening is part of the potential. This is the thing. There is nothing that happens that isn't part of the possibility. And so the fact is, yeah, we don't care for that experience. I get that. It's an uncomfortable experience. It is a lot of what we would call crazy stuff happening, but I don't think that anything is broken. I think things are happening as they are happening, and I think that it is actually an opportunity for human beings, those who, yes, are in a state of some sort of awareness or waking. It's almost pushing you to become more of what you are. You're almost being forced to. People are sort of being forced now to ask more questions. They might not be asking the questions that we're talking about, but everything kind of pushes you. We don't see it that way, but it does. Even the technology with the robots and the AI and everybody's all stressed out about it. Everything is pushing you to become more because there's an unlimited more that we can become. And so everything just keeps pushing you forward, pushing you. If the game, this is what we're saying when we say there's an unnatural darkness that is happening, and it shouldn't be that way. What we're saying is that we want reality to be this specific thing right here with goodness and peace. Just everything is this idea of goodness and peace. And then everything is just is that. Where's the propulsion?
Well, no. Not just goodness and peace, but a balance of light and dark. I completely understand the balance. We get hungry, we have to go hunt. That's the way that the system was designed, to keep things moving. It's a perpetual recycling of energy. But this is a parasitic harvesting of energy that's taking place. That's unnatural to the way things were set up. It goes beyond the natural balance of light and dark.
That's what I'm saying. How are things set up?
With a balance. It's off balance. Maybe we can put it like that. Off balance. Way off balance.
What is okay, so then we think, well, what is balance then? So what we're saying then is that that's not in balance. That's not balance because things seem to be extreme. But human beings have a job. We come here as free agents to experience and to either grow by waking up into a level of awareness, or our experience is not that. Our experience is to totally be immersed in it, immersed in whatever it is that's going on. And if you notice, if you try to wake someone up, what we call wake someone up to our level of understanding or what we think they should wake up to, they will stone you. If they're not ready to do that, they're just not ready to do that. That is just, and regardless of what we consider horrific that they're going through, there's so much darkness. And then you're trying to wake them up in our idea of waking them up. And they totally will throw you under the bus because that is not what they are here to do. And I think that's a tough one for us because we feel like, time is running out, which I hear that, well, we've got to get a move on it because time is running out. And we need to get whatever it is moving. We need to get going. We need for more people to wake up. And I'm like, time never runs out. What are we talking about? Nothing runs out. Things are happening as they are happening. And with all these free agents that are here having a particular experience, whether it be to be absolutely unaware and what we would define as asleep, or people in the middle ground, or people who are more expansive in their thinking. So I think that's the challenge for us because we see where things need to be completely different from what they are. Yet they're not, because that's what it is. And we talk about free will. Well, do we have free will? And I'm like, well, apparently we do. If we didn't, all this stuff would not be allowed to happen. This is the other thing. Well, I don't know that we have free will. Yeah, you do. That's why all all these things happen. Anything that we could think of, whether we think it's horrible or not, it is allowed. So we are allowed to do and be anything we want to do and be. That is completely evident. So at what point then, does an individual, if an individual comes here with that's their journey in this time, is to expand into an understanding and begin to move beyond these particular experiences, then that's what we do. And we leave a ripple. We leave a trail. Do you know how many forces, how many beings, probably earth beings like you and me, have gone through and gone beyond any of this and what we're talking about? And they look back and it looks dark. But everybody has to individually get through this journey in their own time. Maybe not in this particular time that we know of, but at some point, because there is no deadline. There's really no deadline.
The way I'm feeling it is like, okay, we're hooked up to a virtual reality system. We've got the headset on us. We're unable to take the headset off. The machine is running hot. It's the headset is burning our brains because it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and we can't take it off from the outside. Even the system won't even respond from the outside. So the only thing we can do is try to fix it from the inside and get out as quickly as possible to remove that headset. And the heat is just starting to fry our brains out in the real world, for lack of a better term. But that's the kind of the countdown clock that I'm feeling. Like, if things continue to move towards a point of darkness, I mean, you look at the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and Thoth says that death comes when the poles are off balance. So if you balance them light and darkness, everything's fine. But as it moves more towards the darkness, that's it. Lights out, game over. And that's, I feel like we may be moving towards a countdown clock to that.
Which game is over, though? We're talking about
the game of consciousness.
Game?
No, the consciousness game.
No.
Oblivion.
You know what? I don't. I know I'm always coming from left field, but I don't see that anything is over. It's that same thing of saying, past, present, and future exist at all at the same time. It's just all these contradictions. Past, present, and future exist at the same time. Do we not hear that, right?
I hear it all the time. I don't believe it. I think everything has to be sequential.
Chris has that effect on a lot of women. You
remind me of, Sonia? You remind me of the Oracle from The Matrix.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
And I go, okay. But again, it's what we want reality to be, and we just don't get that. Everything gets heightened because you, as an individual, it's pushing you to wake up. It's just pushing you to get it. Nobody is getting fried. We're talking here physically. Nothing technically dies. There's nothing. There is no such thing, right? But we're talking about the energy of the entity that is here. To me, that's all part of this setup of running out of time. If I'm focused on that, of escaping and getting away from, then I can't get to exercise my master skills. Because what I realize is that my master skills is going to transcend the very frequency of my brainwaves, because that's a lot of how much of this is happening, is by the frequency of brainwaves and the level at which one's brainwaves are the frequency is being measured, which can keep us in a particular field of function and operating. But let's use the word consciousness. If consciousness, what I'm talking about, awareness, as the level of awareness begins to get to become larger and to begin to expand beyond these principles about the game that we have, guess what? That awareness is obviously going to continue to measure a higher level of frequency. It's going to continuously have a higher level of frequency, because the programs that keep us thinking that something is out to get us begins to go away. And it becomes then, since we use the analogy of the Matrix, it becomes more like the idea of Neo finally realizing that all we're dealing with is a bunch of codes everywhere. And he puts his hand up because then he realized that what the bullet was. And then he cocks his head to the side because for the first time he gets it. And now you can't kill it. He can't kill me. Now you've gotten, your frequency has gotten larger than the programs that we're talking about. So I hope that
it makes perfect sense. It does. There was an episode of Black Swan that Cherie and I were watching, and it was about this couple, and they were getting together, and they were fighting the machine, and they were trying to escape the Matrix and all of this. And at the end of the episode, it said, match found 100%. And what they were in was kind of a dating program to find, with a bunch of other people, to find who they're most compatible with. And it was whoever teamed up together within the machine to beat the machine to escape the game. And then at the end, they connected in the real world. So maybe you're right. Yeah. Maybe everything, because everything that's happened in my experience is pushing me more towards that waking up and removing myself from the machine. So yeah, everything is pushing us in that direction for sure.
And going beyond, and that, I'm specific with language because it becomes really important. I mean, yeah, it's very limiting for us, but I use the word transcend a lot. Transcend, because I am simply seeing that I am becoming much grander, much larger than the frequency of the system, the construct. I am going off radar of the construct that we're talking about, which is what everybody wants to try to escape. It has its own frequency field within which the supposed everybody is operating and functioning, and it becomes essential that pretty much everybody operates below a certain range of frequency within that construct in order to continue to just be looping, and all that you said, and constantly trying to run away and get out, and all you do is you end up right back where you started from. That's the reason why I don't say escape. I say transcending, because that's what it is. Since everything is frequency, you have to, the frequency has to be at a higher rate of speed, then a higher frequency, not higher as in good or bad, just so people realize it, but a higher frequency than the construct of the system itself, than the frequency of the system. That is really what's happening. It's doing it.
Well said. People are correcting me in the chat room, like 50 people did. So it's Black Mirror, not Black Swan.
Yeah,
so
Black
if you
Mirror.
want to look it up, No, Black Mirror. I try not to watch too much TV. People are like, hey, you got to watch Friends. You got to watch this. You got to watch this. And I'm like, I don't have that much time in the day to sit down in front of the TV.
I do watch stuff because people ask me, I do. When I'm relaxing, I do. I love watching that stuff. And the reason why I watch this is because I like to see where we are in the construct of the system, because everything that is being written today, all of the sci-fi stuff, everything that is showing up, and it's been like that forever, beyond Star Trek and all of that. It shows we're constantly being shown where human beings, the technology of the construct of the system, where human beings have the potential to go, or the field that exists at this time for human beings in terms of becoming more aware. And so these writers, people, whether they belong to secret societies or whatever, but these writers are being stimulated with information, whether they're going to our websites and gathering, because I know they do. They go and they gather stuff from all over the place.
Yeah.
And put it together matters not. The fact here is that it is essential for them to put out whatever information they're putting out. The trick here is who actually understands that that is what is happening. Now, if we start to recognize from that standpoint, then we don't get the sense of, oh my God, well, they're just doing more stuff. Everything isn't like what we think, like, oh my God, it's a bad thing. No, what we have are codes and clues all over the place. And that's what we need to become better at, is decoders. We need to realize, we need to leave from our state of fear, leave from your survival self, because it's a survival self that makes us so on guard and always looking out for, putting our army up as to what's being done. No, when we get to that place where we realize, no, it's not about that. I am so solid in my awareness that that is not a concern of mine. What I'm looking at is all the codes that's being put out in movies, whether the writer knows it or not. She's an instrument. This stuff, this is how this construct is designed. We are in a particular time right now where technology had to step up in as we know it in 3D, because of the fact that this system, the construct, this network that we're part of to have this human experience, is in a time of a particular shift taking place. The technology of that is going through its shift. Now, I talk about the default system, the default program. I'm talking about default upgrade. There is an upgrade that happens every so many cycles, which is probably what you hear with the Hopi Indians and the Dogons and so on, how they were trying to explain it then. But everything is based on a series of cycles, 126 year cycle, 104,000 year, 26,000 year cycles. It all gets broken down. 426,000 year cycles, you have this 104,000 year cycle. And so those cycles mean something. It means, once again, that this construct that we're a part of operates based on a default program of regulating the human experience until the human being discovers it, wakes up, and goes beyond the default system. And this is so very important for people to realize this. That's why we think, oh yeah, well, times are changing, things are changing. It's a default upgrade, but the individual has the opportunity to upgrade your own self. You do not have to wait on a group. You do not have to wait on anything, because one person, each of us, represent the whole, right? Like a single cell of a plant, the entire information is coded in that single cell. The individual, we as individuals, represent the bigger picture. So when we allow ourselves to expand without waiting on any system to change and, a group to expand and to all of that, we don't have to do that on our own. If we're pushing the envelope that much and we are allowing of ourselves to go deeper and deeper and go beyond, then that's what we do. There's nothing really holding us. It's really more of an illusion that something is holding us here. That is the construct of the game, and the idea again of a simulation. Whether we call it a simulation, whether the scientists say, well, I don't really see it as a simulation. It's a system. It's clear. We're in a system. The Earth looks like a spherical system, a spherical matrix, all the planets, the universe. It's a simulation then, whatever, and I think they get hung up on words. And if they look at it, if you say it was, it's all mathematics, I only deal in math. Well, everything is a mathematical pattern. It doesn't matter. It's all a mathematical pattern. There is a formula that is holding everything in place. And that formula simply means that it is a pattern of energy, like quantum physics, like packets of energy. There is a formula, a specific pattern of energy that creates the form of anything at all, visible or invisible. There is a pattern, and that pattern measures a frequency. And that means that in order to do that, that requires a level of mathematics because it involves numbers. So there is, so it doesn't matter that you say that it's just, I just deal with math. It's all mathematics. It's all numbers. It's all frequencies.
That is very true. A couple of thoughts. First of all, I remember as a teenager, I watched this movie with Christopher Walken called The Prophecy, and he played Gabriel.
Oh,
yeah. And there's this one scene, and it always stuck out to me. He's sitting with the kids at the school, and he's asking them a bunch of questions, and then the kids are dismissed, and they go into the classroom, and he says, "Learn your math, kids. It's the key to the universe." And that line always just kind of stuck out. Going back to what you were saying about all of this information coming out from the writers of these shows, I feel that I don't think that it's a bunch of people sitting in a room smoking cigars and going, all right, we're going to conspire against this and that. I think what it is that we all have this knowledge inside of us. And it's a story that's been repeated over and over and over again throughout history. It's just with different language. And when we create, it doesn't matter whether it's art or music or any of that, well, except for modern day hip hop, but that's neither here nor there. That stuff is just, it's bad. I'm like, what the hell happened? I mean, I just did a Facebook post about it today because I'm working on a new album, and I'm like,
my God,
it's really bad. The only thing I can think, it's written by AI, and these are clones that we're looking at going, no.
I know, and it all ends up being expression. It all ends up being human beings or whatever it is gets to do any and everything. And then it goes back to the God thing again, where people go, God is everything. It always fascinates me, though, because it's like we have to think about that. Well, God is everything. All cultures, all religious, whatever. Well, God is everything, but just not that thing. And I think that's something that we have to come to grips with. It's like any and everything is. Any and everything. The question is, where are you focused? What is the interaction that you're dealing with right now? Everything is going to exist. There's so many things that you and I don't know of that's going on right now. That it just exists. It is. And so that part with saying, God is everything. And if we don't use the word God, we go source is everything. And all these things sound so good. But then we come to this place where if only that's not so. But that's kind of basically it. There's things that we just don't resonate with. And that's the word I started using. Is what resonates with me. It's not good or bad. It's just it doesn't resonate with me because that's not where I am. Even some music I used to listen to, I find that I don't even listen to it anymore. And it's for years. I started hearing the lyrics and I was like, oh my God, this is a lot of begging somebody to stay with me. Begging, for somebody's love or how I'm going to die if I don't have this person.
Well, when it comes to frequency and resonance, Sonia, I want to bring this up. I've noticed over the last several years, since I've kind of raised my frequency, any interaction with the system itself, the governmental system, it's been very strange. They'll pull me over, and I've been pulled over about 3 or 4 times in the last 4 years, so it's very rare. But they'll pull me over, walk up to the car and go, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't mean to bother you," and then walk away. And I'm like, yes, we are not the organic consciousness you are looking for. But it's funny because you vibrate at a different frequency and they can't come into your sphere at this point. Emily was telling me about some stuff that you did. I don't know if you want to share that. If you don't, I totally understand. But if you could, I thought that was absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, my Lord. I
don't mean to put you on the spot if you're not comfortable doing it, because I wouldn't recommend that anybody does it, but it was an interesting experiment and the outcome of it was interesting.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's just that it's, I like to, when I explain that I'm able to not leave, make sure that people come away clear, because this is what people do. And this. All right. So you do an interview and you only have an hour or 2 hours. And then sure as heck, somebody will have but she didn't talk about that. Oh, she didn't do. And it's like, you can't explain everything. So some things I don't, because once I start on it, then I'm like, okay, if I can't give you the full story, but I'm going to tell you in a condensed version as to what I did. Okay. So some years back, I, I decided I just got tired of feeling like money was could just, I'm chasing money, or that it had a hold on me. Let's put it that way, which everybody has experienced. You just got tired. I was like, you know what? I am so done. I don't want to. And it's not that I didn't have any money. That wasn't it. But I didn't want to do anything um to get money. I just decided I didn't want to do anything because I needed to see if it was. I knew it was possible. I knew that it was possible to shift into a space where if I did nothing, I would still be okay. Now, my deeper reason behind that is because I had to take that idea to a place of the fact that there was nothing really was here, like nothing existed. I had to take it to that place of realization, and that's where I did that experiment from the realization that my life was truly just all made up. And I had to just get my brain to really just truly agree with the fact that none of this was real, whether it be my car payment or whether it be paying the gas company or the electric company, that I was living a life that just was all made up. And that at the end of the day, it just was all just streams of energy. It was just all data. And so that was the perspective that I went at this from. And it was a very difficult, jarring experience for several months, for 8 months, to decide no matter what that I was going to take on this experiment to see that I could be okay if I never did anything to bring in any money at all. And I did. There was some very close, very rough points there. I mean, I had 25 cents left in my account at one point. And I realized that what is 25 cents? I took if you go on YouTube, you'll see me saying that numbers don't really exist. And I did it from that standpoint that they exist, numbers exist, but they don't. And from the context of the fact that numbers existed, I realized that you couldn't run out of them anyway. Because you can count forever and you could never run out of numbers. And the fact that they technically really doesn't exist. But we use numbers as a way as a language. Numbers were a language. So I had to go through this process, this science to myself throughout the day. I mean, I'm talking on a regular basis, to every day, pretty much every moment, to keep reminding myself. As soon as I started to worry, as soon as that started to raise its head, that none of it was technically real, that it really didn't exist. And I couldn't run out of anything. Basically, I can't even run out of my life because everything is calculated based on some kind of numerical system. And since you can't run out of numbers, I really couldn't be broke. I couldn't run out.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in for a second. So this is the way that it was explained to me. So you decided, hey, I'm not going to pay this one particular bill and just see how long this goes on for. And then what happened is there was some kind of computer failure at the electric company, and then they put everything back. They pushed everything back for like 3 months, and then there was another instance that happened that pushed everything back for another 3 months, and then another instance, and it was like everything was kind of transforming to your will at that point, and it was all external things that were happening just based on your thoughts.
Yeah, everything was happening based on that, but it all stemmed from the realization that none of it was technically as real as my perception was making it, and that money wasn't what it was, that it was nothing like that. And so I realized, that everything was responding to me, whether it be the electric company or whatever the companies were. they were responding to me. And technically, generally, there is a fear, right? You don't pay a bill, automatically we go into fear because we know that it's going to get disconnected. Listen to that. We know that. That's the program. You know that these things are going to happen. So I had to like unknow all of that. I had to like move past that and realize that these systems in place were only responding to me according to what I understood and what I needed. And so, yeah, that was the first particular thing was the electric.
Well,
company.
something happened with my mother. She didn't pay her mortgage for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at all. Finally, about a year or two ago, the bank finally was like, hey, what's going on here? My brother went and got a mortgage and he bought the house, but she's already passed away. She passed away like 8 years ago.
Right.
We found out 18 years the mortgage hasn't been paid.
Yep.
Yeah. All kinds of anomalies happen, all kinds of things happen. But when you want to do it on a conscious level, it becomes something completely different because now you are coming up against all your programs. It was definitely an exercise and an opportunity to see. And I did. I called because now I'm like, okay, I'm tuning into myself. And myself said, okay, go ahead and call the electric company. And I called, and then I got the recording saying that due to whatever it was, we will not be sending out we will not be disconnecting, or we will not. And it went on like that the entire time for months until I broke through. When I broke through, and when I say I broke through, meaning I had finally gotten to a space where I didn't care if the roof caved in. I was so fine now. Now I'm like on the other side of the matrix. I'm like totally on the other side, and I'm fine. I'm not struggling with, oh my God. I wasn't struggling with that. I was just fine. And that's when I got all kinds of things happen. Yes, out of nowhere situations.
Well,
I went from zero to all of a sudden like $40,000 literally like overnight. But it didn't happen until I had broke through, and then I was fine. I had no fear of the consequences. I had no fear of the construct anymore. I realized that it was never about money. That it's not. You think that you work your job because you want money to get money, and I'm always telling people that's not really what it is. You're there because of a story. There's an experience, and you're there to experience whatever it is you're experiencing on the job. And we use the idea that, yes, we're making money. We're doing this for money. But that's like one of the biggest trickeries of this game. And I stopped looking at my account. I don't even do that. I still don't do it like that. I no longer was checking my bank account because I realized that the more that I looked is the more that I reinforced whatever the balance I thought the balance was. And I needed to know that those numbers could change and be anything. Instead of this construct of 2 times 2 is 4. Was 2 times 2 really 4? What does that even mean? Those were the questions I asked myself. And I realized the timetables and all of that were ways to get us to agree to not just the economic system, but to get us to agree to reality and in many, many, many aspects. But yeah, especially the money. 2 plus 2 is 4, and it's always going to be that. We have a perception of what 4 is supposed to be, or 2 times 3 is 6, and we become fixed. And so numbers can't really change. We can't look in our wallet and $50 becomes $100 because we are not wired for it. We are wired, again, the brain looks for patterns. And the pattern is 2 plus 2 is 4. 2 times 3 is 6. We're stuck in a pattern. And so the brain's job, the construct's job, is to give us what pattern we are running. And I know I kind of condensed that, said it fast, but I hope that it gives some idea.
That makes perfect sense. I just got interrupted by a phone call, but I'm not going to take it. People know we're doing shows and they call anyways. It's like, what are you doing?
I just wanted to interject with this. I've noticed something really interesting about reality, and that's whatever you think is going to happen to you or to your financial situation or to the people around you, it ends up happening more often than not. I've heard my grandparents say whenever I was younger, "Oh, don't do that, it'll kill you. Oh, don't drive right now, you're going to get in a wreck." And sure enough, I'd get in a wreck, or sure enough, whatever they were warning about would inevitably happen, no matter how outlandish the possibility was of that happening.
It was always, speaking it into existence.
You're speaking that into existence. And the same goes for, I think, I haven't been pulled over by a police officer in 15 years, almost 20 years. And the reason why
remember we had that armed police officer coming with the full body gear and everything like that. No, this was 4 years ago.
Oh yeah,
when we were,
that one.
Because we were like notorious criminals. We were fishing.
Yeah, of course.
We were fishing out of season. They opened up the lake a week early and said fishing this way, and so all the boats went out fishing this way.
Yeah, of course.
And then they were giving people tickets for fishing, and it's like, well, you guys opened it, and there's a big sign that says fishing this way. What do you expect? They had bulletproof vests. I was like, are you kidding me?
That was nuts. Yeah, that was in the boat though. So yeah, but I've noticed that as long as you're not thinking negatively, the negative things don't happen to you. And then when you're thinking negatively, it's like everything that you could possibly be worried about happens to you. And so it's interesting how that happens, and I know that's because we create our own reality step by step by step, minute by minute, where we are the conductors of the symphony that is our world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was letting you.
Listening. I was just listening. Yeah. Well, again, it's the feedback. The feedback is the response, and the what's the word? The command, for lack of a better word, the command. And that's what we're doing all the time. We're giving out commands, whether it be through our belief system, our thoughts, our fears. Luckily, everything doesn't necessarily come to fruition. But there's a lot of commands that we're throwing out all over the place, like crazy wizards and witches with our wands and just waving it, and then we're like trying to understand, why did this happen? Well, you waved your magic wand, and then there you are. This is how it all unfolded. But yeah, I think there's so much more here. There's so much more that to really be talked about, and I've done lots of workshops and worked with other people in that capacity. Because you're getting past your belief systems that really is creating those blocks. And it's not just your personal belief system I'm talking about the belief system from the social construct and from the overall human construct, such things as dying. Just a lot of things that are just there. Because everything is a program, and it's not about trying to run from programs either. We have to understand that this body that's how it's designed. This construct is designed to operate based on a program, a pattern of something. So it's a matter of what you're programming in. That's basically it. And you need to keep evolving whatever that program is, which is a habit, a pattern, a ritual. You just keep evolving that. And how do we do that? By opening our minds to new things, exploring, discovering. That's how you keep that moving. So there is no such thing as not being programmed. Who is programmed? What's programmed? That which you are that is bigger is not programmed. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about your human self. The character self is operating based on a set, programs. So you're the programmer, the grander part of you, when you allow it, can do a different kind of programming, which is different kinds of habits. Same thing.
Oh, I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
That is profound.
Yeah, a habit becomes a program. That's why they go, it takes 21 days or whatever it is to form a new habit. Well, that's because you're forming a new program. That's all. It's just you're constantly forming new programs. Different. Some of these programs are very old, and you stick to them. Such as, yeah, I'm a Republican. I've been a Republican my several generations back, or I'm a Democrat, or I'm a this, I'm a that. Well, yeah. What is the brain supposed to do? It has to adhere to what you say that you are. And these are belief systems that are patterns, and then habits of behavior. Oh, well, that's just the way I am. Oh yeah, oh no, I can only go left. I've been going left every day for the last 20 years, and I can only go that way. Well, your brain is wired like that. So we have to change our perception of even that. That's why I say we're not trying to run away from anything. What we are doing is understanding the technology of this particular construct, this system, and the system within which it operates. This is what we're doing so that we can know how to actually operate the system. We don't know how to operate this technology. Instead, we run around outside of ourselves and running from everything, when all you really need to learn is how to operate the system. There is no physical manual, but the manual is in here. But you have to unlock it. You have to put in the password. And then all of that information starts showing up. That's why the body can fix itself under the ideal conditions. There's so many things that this vehicle is an incredible level of technology, biogenetic vehicle. And it just needs for you to understand. And then we start decoding, and then we start learning how to work it, instead of the body being automatic in its behavior and running its survival program all the time, because that's what it knows is survival.
Well said, Sonia. So I want to wrap it up here in about 9 minutes, but where can people go to learn how to program the matrix, as Sonia Barrett will teach them?
Well, you can go to therealsoniabarrett.com, and that's my main website. And it has everything that I'm doing, tons of articles there, and yeah, just anything that you would like to know, all the events and workshops that are coming up. Pretty much everything that I've ever done is available in the store. And I do it that way because I don't do the same workshop twice. I mean, for all these years, I always do a new workshop. It's always new because I grow, and then I share from that perspective. So people can actually go there and order some of these workshops and webinars. And if you're edgy, if you're in that space, you'll find it on the website. I will be doing a workshop in Los Angeles on April 13th, actually. And that information is on the website. I'm actually it's a live workshop from 10 to, I think, 4 or something like that.
Oh, that's fantastic. We just got invited to go to LA around that time. I don't know if we're going to leave on the 14th or 15th, but we might leave, a couple days early. And if so, maybe we can meet up. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would
be wonderful to be able to connect with you in person.
Yes.
That would be wonderful. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, we'll see. I know, because Emily's been to the retreats and all of that. And I do the retreat as well. But
we were there we were there in LA, and she took us on this whole tour of downtown. We live streamed it, and she was showing us that hotel where that girl wound up inside of the hot water heater or something like that on the roof, and it's supposed to be like a haunted hotel. And she knew all the cool little spots and the little restaurants, and we went here and we went there. She's awesome. She's amazing.
Yeah, she is. I really enjoy hanging out with her. Yeah, we get silly together. Yeah.
Are you familiar by any chance with, I'm not familiar with his work, but people have asked in the chat, Wes Penry, Penre. Okay, I'm not either. The other question people were asking is, how can they get into this kind of mindset while at the same time taking care of a family? So this was back when we were talking about, the bill stuff, and I don't recommend that anybody does this. I mean, you've got to focus on what you do.
Not try this at home.
Right. It's just an example of how the matrix conforms to your thinking. But you know, a lot of people are
That's
stuck in, you know, they have to go to their jobs,
no,
they're
I get it.
climbing the
I
corporate
get
ladder,
it.
all that. Yeah.
I get it. I get it because I've done it. I was there. I did this married. I did it. If anybody wants to find out more about it, the ultimate game changer is the workshop that's on the website where I actually had people come to my house. And I did the first time I ever did that, a workshop at my house. And I talked about this with people. I shared it. But I was married and my husband had no idea that I was doing this. And let me say this, I'm responsible for those bills. So it's not like, oh yeah, well, I'm taking back and my husband, he's taking, no.
Well, that's
I
why
am,
I didn't know if you were hesitant to talk about it, because I know your
no,
husband didn't know. I didn't want to get you in trouble.
no. He didn't at the time. He does now. But he did. Well, he found out back then, when it was all over. But he had no idea. And that was very interesting because he would heighten it. And you have to understand, I am married to somebody who is a little bit more of a stickler about immediately looking at his bills when they come. And so he would do this thing, and I couldn't really respond because I'm in my languaging. I'm watching my languaging, so I can't even respond when he starts talking about, oh, let's see what I have today. And it would do it even more. The more I was invested in this thing, is the more these things would come at me so I could see where I was at with this. And it was very, very interesting. No, at the time he had no idea where I was and what was owed and how this managed to keep going like this. I mean, it was wild. It was very wild. He would have freaked.
I was watching this show. It just happened to pop up on my YouTube stream on my TV. It was called Extreme Cheapskates. I don't know if you've seen this.
Really?
Yeah. And it's these people that are so money focused that they will go into dumpsters looking for food and stuff like that. Not because they have to, but they make $100,000 a year, but they don't want to spend any of that money. So they go into, dumpster diving for food and things like that. And I thought to myself, what a way to live, where you're constantly, focused on all of that.
But they like it though.
It seems backwards.
This is the very thing I'm talking about. That's just like, again, the amusement park. That's another experience, and they want to do that, and so that's what they want to do. They are completely enjoying it, and we enjoy so much of our misery that we don't even understand. People get offended when you say that, but yeah, we do. We enjoy all levels of misery that we don't understand that, and we get addicted to it. And that's why sometimes when you get somebody who's been invested in a particular misery, a particular situation, and you may attempt to bring some clarity, and they go, yeah, you're right, but, and I always go, here comes that big but. That but comes in because they're not quite ready to let that go. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but if I let this go, then what am I going to do? I've been invested in this thinking and this belief about how life is out to get me and the struggles and, all of that. But if I go with what you're saying, then I have to let that go. Then who am I? They don't really realize that. Now, I say these things because I look back at some of my understanding in my life and I go, wow, that's what you were doing. And I experienced all kinds of levels of struggle as a divorced mom with, raising two kids, two boys, to everybody. Most people probably know my story, to, having experienced a violent marriage, to running away, to sleeping in my car with two kids. I have experienced a great many things. So I can honestly say to people, I understand where you're coming from. I've experienced having a car repossessed. I've experienced foreclosure. I get it. I somehow I had to dive into the whole game. I had to get into the game to understand it. And now I'm on the other side of it and I get it. So when I do work with people, I can honestly say I get where you're coming from and help them to move from that space, that matrix space, the programs of that construct in the wiring in our minds, and start to shift from there. And it is a science. So all of it is an incredible science, not minuscule science like we think, but on a bigger level. There is a science involved, science to everything.
The science of beyond consciousness.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you this too, Sonia, before you go. Okay, I don't know if you've seen Stranger Things 2. The big octopus in the background. The Han Solo movie, the octopus appears. In the OA, the octopus appears.
I've seen OA, but the first season I can't hardly remember because I have to. I was telling my son I've got to watch that. My grandson kept saying, "Grandma, I can't believe you don't watch Stranger Things." I'm like, I have so many things. I'm like, I can't keep up. I'm watching this thing, that thing. He's like, you got to watch Stranger Things. So I'm gonna have to binge watch that.
Yeah, Stranger Things was good. I did watch that one, but yeah, people tell me you got to watch this and that, and I'm like, I'm living it. I don't need to watch it on TV. That's my life.
I am Stranger Things.
Right. Are you familiar with the octopus motif, though? A lot of people are seeing this octopus in their ayahuasca experiences. It's being portrayed in films and things like that. Have you seen any of this in your experiences? And do you have any insight as to what this thing is?
You know what? No, but now that you mention it, I'm sure I will.
Awesome. Excellent.
Yeah, no, I really haven't, but I'm sure it'll show up now, and I will look at that. I'm going to watch Stranger Things eventually at some point too, so I will see that. But no, I don't. There's all kinds of stuff that will show up in the game that has meaning to it. Yeah.
Well, Sonia, thank you so much for your time. You are,
yes.
I don't even have words to describe. You're a gem. You're a sparkling light. You're a beacon of hope, all that stuff. So, yeah, you're awesome. I hope we get to meet. She said she's doing, I know you were in the other room. She said she's doing a conference on the 13th of April in LA.
Oh.
So if we can get to LA a couple days early, then we can go connect.
Okay.
I'm doing a workshop on April 13th. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience.
We love you, Sonia.
Love you.
Listening to me.
Anything you'd like to leave the audience with?
You know what? Step away from the fear. Step away from the fear. If you're watching stuff that's keeping you in fear all the time, just step away. Nurture your mind with self-discovery. Tune into yourself and give yourself permission to start to see more.
Very well said.
Mm-hmm.
Love you. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
Sonia's so awesome.
Yeah, she is. Love her.
Yes, definitely. So how is Mrs. Gio feeling?
I'm doing great.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can go for at least another hour or so and take some calls.
Okay.
Yeah. And get you guys' take on the interview that we just did, as well as anything else you guys want to ask us about.
I don't know if I want to take calls.
Oh, okay.
Let's take chat room questions.
Okay.
How about that?
That sounds good.
Maybe.
I need to write some down.
I'll decide. I'll decide during the break.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't want to keep it going for too much longer, but I do want to keep it going for a little bit longer so we can connect with our people.
Yes.
We'll be right back. Kissing on your New Age parade. It's just the truth as I know it, Mm-hmm. I'm sorry that it offends some people, so I try to be like, it's my New Year's resolution, be as gentle as possible. Mm-hmm. But do you want to give us your thoughts, Mrs. Gio?
My thoughts are basically that there are archonic influences that are malevolent. I mean, definitively malevolent. And what they want to do is raise the global consciousness into 5D. And through technology.
It's an extraction of consciousness. It's not Earth is going to shift to 5D.
Right.
It's an extraction of consciousness to the 5D space.
Right. And because and they're doing this because in 5D, when a human's consciousness is embedded in 5D, then they have more control over people globally. It's as if they know a secret that we don't usually get, and that's the secret of manifestation. And they know how to tap into that and twist it to their own ends because they actually do reside in 5D.
The Greys.
Yeah, Greys, Archons.
That's what we call them, Greys.
Yeah.
Archons, yeah.
Yeah, the malevolent entities. And they're interdimensional. They are not extraterrestrial. And they reside in 5D. And so they're basically trying to get people to ascend, quote unquote, into their playground, into the place that, I mean, it's their court, it's their ball, it's their rules. And that's why we're not really into the whole ascension stuff, because we realize that in order for consciousness to exit the matrix or even get to a better place in the matrix, it's not a matter of going up or down or even side to side. It's a matter of going inward is the only way to do that. And it's not ascending, it's remembering.
That's true. Up on the screen here, I want to put this, and this is going to be really, really, really rough. I mean, just, totally off the cuff here. So forgive me. It's going to be really crude. That's the thing. But the way that I understand it, the recent revelations that Cherie came up with, I connected some of the dots, is that things are kind of going in this direction like this. This is all the different elements of the game right here that should be centered up right here. But we're right here existing in this middle space right here. And these different paths here go out to the different dimensions. Now, what does that look like? That looks like an octopus, if you ask me, but that's neither here nor there. So we have all these different dimensions, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, etc. We think of it from an ascension type of place, but in reality, they're just gateways into different parts from the center. The game is always being played at the center. The only ones that can affect these other dimensions are either the ones that reside within those dimensions or the ones that reside here. Like organic consciousness has the ability to access all dimensions and play throughout the different parts of the game if we want to, or access information from those other parts. But you have programs that I call, or people call them beings, Greys, or bluebirds, or Arcturians, or whatever, but they all exist within these other spaces here outside, and they can't affect this dimension without the help of some organic consciousness. But they want to seep into this matrix here. They want to seep into the middle here because this is where everything's going down. Now, what happens when you start to connect all of these here like this, and again, this is extremely, extremely crude, but you get what I would refer to as the flower of life, which is the different dimensional spaces, probably more petals here. But the dimensions are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're not up and down. It's not like an elevator. Mm-hmm. It's more like, here we are right here in the center. You've got all these dimensions around us. We've been told that it's an ascension of an ascension process that we have to go, we're at the third dimension and then we're going to fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. But what happens? We just keep on going in a little loop, in a little wheel over and over again when the game is being played right here in this middle space. So these Greys exist right here in the fifth dimensional space, and they want consciousness to be pulled in this direction, and they want to be able to come back into this dimension too. So they've been using different types of technologies to be able to manifest within this dimension, but they can only do so for a short period of time.
Right. Very brief.
Yeah. And they've been trying to figure out ways to do it more and more and more often. But, and I think that's why we have these high radiation, because I think the fifth dimension is more radiated than the play area here. So they can bring their bodies in here. Likewise, we can take our bodies in these different dimensions as well through the use of DMT, shrooms, near-death experiences. That would be the number one surefire way to do it. It's just the most dangerous way, and there's a very little chance of coming back. And then you have like other areas of the game here. So this would be like a Menti, for example. And then you have like other areas here that would be like the control panel from Egypt. control, whatever,
Yeah.
So,
A mentee.
so you have all these different spaces too. You have like the waiting area out here where souls go to be recycled, and then they come back in through the flower of life. And see, it stems like this, like coming up into the game, and then you play the game, and then you get cycled over again, and then come back in and play the game again, and so on and so forth. And all these outside dimensions, I think they're there for specific reasons, but they're not supposed to merge with this play area right here. It gives these little background programs here way too much administrative control over what's going on here in the game. And realistically, the players are the only ones that are supposed to have that level of control and manifestation and things like that. Now, Cherie and I were talking about the idea of infinite timelines. So her theory is that we have multi-dimensional elements like this, flowers of life, but rather the flowers of life are like stacked on top of one another.
Like petals on a flower.
Well, yeah. Well, is that the way you were describing?
Yeah, like
when you described it, what I interpreted as was like many different flowers stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, like a layer of those petals, and then another layer under that, another layer under that, another layer under that. Going on to infinity or to a very large extent, where I don't know. Now that you're saying it.
Well, okay, so this is the way that I interpreted when you told me. So we have several different flowers stacked on top of each other, which are multiple timelines, multiple dimensions. Not dimensions. Dimension's not a good word, because dimension is the petal of a flower.
Yeah.
These are different timelines. So you have all these stacked on top of one another, and we exist in one space. It doesn't necessarily have to be the top space, but we exist in one of these spaces as the real player. And what you said was, if we have multiple timelines like this, then our avatars in the other realms, our copies, are essentially NPCs.
Right.
Because there's only one consciousness, in my humble opinion, that can take over an avatar that is actually a real player. The problem I have with this multiple stack is that if we have an infinite amount of timelines, then we have an infinite, a one in an infinite chance of actually being the real players in the game. I don't feel that fractured consciousness is the way our consciousness is. I don't think part of us exists here, part of us exists here, part of us exists here, part of us. That just seems too complicated, and it seems like there is no way out of this machine, and that there's no way to beat the game. This is my big problem with this whole stack of multiple timelines on top of one another. However, as you said, jumping from one reality to another based on the consciousness, the organic consciousness moving from one body into an avatar that is like my avatar can move into Chris Geo on the other timeline that is right now an NPC.
Right.
That raises a possibility that has to be considered.
Well, not only that, but it stands to reason that when I'm looking at who Cherie Geo is, I'm not my body. This body is an NPC body. It's it's got the exact same hardware and software essentially as an NPC would. It's the consciousness that is real, that exists in the real world, that exists in base reality, and that is having these thoughts and thinking about these things. And so it stands to reason for me that jumping into another body in another timeline.
So we would still, if that was the case, we would still be jumping from third dimension to third dimension.
Right. Third dimension on.
It's just multiple timelines of the same play area.
To third dimension on another timeline. Yeah.
Which is a possibility. That opens up a whole nother door, except for, I don't know. I don't want to set up a seemingly hopeless situation for myself.
No, of course
not.
That
it seems like, I've got these multiple millions and billions of fractals of my consciousness. How do I even know that I'm real?
Oh, no, I don't think
how do I know that I'm
fractured?
Yeah, how do I know that the Chris Geo here in this particular timeline is the organic consciousness and not the copy? See, this creates the problem in my mind, because I'm like, no,
But if Chris
Geo
the NPC in a different timeline was thinking the way you do I mean, he's probably still in Texas cleaning carpets.
Pimping hose and
Pimping
kicking
hose.
doors.
Yeah, exactly. He's not thinking about these things
Right.
to the same extent that you are. And he doesn't think about these things. He thinks about his wife and his kids and his car, and that's all he cares about. He's not organic in the same sense that you are. And so if something were to happen, let's say you needed to transfer this consciousness into that, then it would just take over and delete the NPC.
Well,
have it recycled back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like if I died here, then I could jump into another space, which is also a third dimensional space, but a different timeline. And then my avatar dies here in this timeline, but I continue as the organic player within another timeline and another avatar. And I would think logically, thinking about this, it would be the timeline that's closest to this timeline. So for example, I might not be wearing a black shirt in the other timeline. I might be wearing a blue shirt. Small changes, but to kind of bring it as close together to this timeline as possible. The closest possibility to this timeline. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
But see how complicated it gets.
But
you see, it starts to become like an impossible game to beat.
Walk-ins seem to make more sense with this theory. And you had an experience when you were younger where when you were really little, like when you're looking at the memory of being 4, 5, 6, 10.
I was looking at it from a third person.
You're looking at it from a third person perspective.
I smacked into the wall. The painting fell on my head. I cracked my head open. I remember that from a third. I remember watching little me in that little running around thing and hitting the wall. Right.
It wasn't you. According to this theory, that wasn't even you. That was the NPC that you were born as. And then what happened was your consciousness, whether it came from a different timeline or whether it came from outside of the system entirely, it incarnated into that body, and that's the only Chris Geo that exists as far as that consciousness. All the other ones are just NPCs right. that exist.
That raises another possibility here for thinking in that dynamic. Perhaps everybody's organic, but the organics are in different spaces.
Oh,
So an NPC here may be organic in another timeline.
Right.
Where we, as organic here, are NPCs in another timeline.
Exactly. And
I don't put it past us in the real world to be so stupid to create such a complicated game. I mean, we're
Well, you have to have a certain.
We decided that it was a good idea to remove the consciousness from our bodies and place it into a machine, which is really, really stupid to do.
Well, you have to have a certain number of NPCs.
Yeah.
In the game.
Yeah.
At any given time. Yeah, and so it would make sense that not everybody can be the organic consciousness. It's not a fun game.
Yeah.
If everybody's organic consciousness, because there's too much of us and too little of the backdrop. Does that make sense? The background people, as Dolores Cannon would say. You got to have those background people, and they've got to at least seem like they're following a certain pattern, so that sense can be made of the game as it's being played. And that's why you need separate timelines.
These are different ideas, ladies and gentlemen, that we're just now starting to, theorize on.
Yeah.
I've always felt, back to what we were talking about before, the question, I always felt that the ascension thing was a bunch of bullshit to kind of distract people. We ascend. We individually. It's not, we're going to shift Earth into 5D.
Yeah.
I was watching, somebody had posted in one of the comments about the Palladians. And he's like, oh, you want to feel the Palladians? Here, watch this video. And it was some video of some text and then some people going, oh, yes, and hallelujah and all of this. And I'm like, that's not the Palladians. That's some video somebody put out. Okay, I want to talk to a Palladian right now. I want to go into the ayahuasca experience. I want a Palladian to appear to me, or a bluebird or something like that.
I don't want a channeler
I
calling themselves a Palladian.
Right. And I don't want to watch somebody else's video. I want to experience it myself. So far, nothing. But the message was, harness your own power, go inside of yourself, et cetera, et cetera. Everything we talk about on Beyond the Veil here, except for there was one key element there that I don't think anybody picked up on. They said, open your heart to us.
Yeah.
That was the poison that's inside of the seemingly good message.
Yeah, that's the
Open
2%
your
rat
heart
poison.
to us,
Yeah.
so we can start pulling at your heart chakra.
Yeah. Well, and that takes me back to that takes me back to when we were in Egypt and I was removing all these implants from you.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one left and I just could not get it out for the life of me. And it turns out that you actually had to give me permission. He had to give me permission to be able to remove that. And without that permission, it was going to cause him great harm to try to yank it out. And once he gave me that permission, it's like it was more of a mechanical looking implant than all the other implants were like tiny little marbles or bowling balls, tiny things. And they were real easy to get out and poof away. And that one heart implant was embedded. And it was like, it looked kind of like a hand or a pentagram, but it was mechanical. And it was digging in like this to his heart. And once he gave me that permission to remove it, it just kind of relaxed. It released.
Well, like Lemon Line Lukey, he's a regular listener. He's donated to the show too, so he's somebody I take serious in the sense that he's not trolling. And I welcome you to call in if you'd like, because I'd like to talk to you. But from what I can tell from the chat, he really believes in the Palladian message. One of the issues that I have resolving within my own mind is that the Pleiades are only like 10 million years old. They're way, way, way younger than Earth is, if you want to look at it from a scientific perspective and mainstream science data and all of this. So now we're to believe that these beings who have only had 10 million years to not only evolve themselves, but evolve their planet, because this is the birth of a planet here that we're talking about, a planetary system.
100 million years.
100 million years.
Yeah, but we've been here
Are you sure it's
yeah.
100 million?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought
How
it was
old
10.
are the Pleiades? About around 100 million years.
100 million years.
Yeah.
We've been here 4.6 billion years.
Yeah.
So they had a small amount of time compared to what Earth has to not only develop as a planetary system, but also evolve consciousness upon that planetary system. So it's like our 2-year-old coming to us and saying, hey, I want to tell you about this and that and blah, 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 blah. It's like, you guys aren't even evolved yet. That is if life exists on that in that planetary system, evolved consciousness. But if you look at the progression of our planet, again, through mainstream science, 4.6 billion years, maybe life has been here for 500,000, maybe a million. Let's be generous and say 5 million. That's still a huge difference between 4.6 billion and 5 million. So again, it just seems like a repetition of a lot of the Zeta talk BS that we heard before.
Right.
Now, we also had that guy, I can't remember his name, Billy Meyer. Billy Meyer completely and totally faked all of his stories. Like he would go, he would watch like 1970s Soul Train type stuff, like dance videos where the girls would dress up in kind of like futuristic kind of looking things, but you could tell it was from the 70s. He would take a picture of the TV and say those are the Palladians that he met. He would take a garbage can lid and he would put little balls around it, spray painted gray, throw it in the air and take a picture of it and say that's a UFO. Well, it was all exposed to be a complete and total fraud, and this is the main ambassador and contactee of the Palladians. So you have all these different ideas that don't make sense here. But if you look at it from a different perspective and say, okay, maybe people are really channeling something. Maybe there is something to these beings, but they're not Palladian. They're something else.
Right.
They're grays. They're grays that want access to your heart.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of a possibility to me than there's a benevolent race that evolved a planetary system and consciousness in 10 million or 100 million years.
Well, and there's, that we talk a lot of crap about the chakra system. And the only reason why we seem to talk negatively about it is because these entities hack into these chakras and twist them and put implants in them and use them to their own ends. And it's so easy for them to do so, especially with the Kundalini experience, and like completely leaving out the fact that if we don't finish the loop of the Kundalini, then we could go insane, and lots of horrendous things happen to both our body and our mind. They leave that out because they're not helping us by tapping into these chakras. And so there is maybe 2%, 5% of people that are actually using their chakras correctly.
Maybe we can meet in the middle here.
Yeah.
Maybe the middle is that some people need the Palladians. Some people need the Bluebirds.
The Arcturians.
Some people need the Arcturians. Raw consciousness, organic consciousness does not.
No.
Because we are creator beings.
Right.
We created the Palladians. We created the Bluebirds. We created everything. Everything that exists within this matrix, we created because we are the programmers that exist outside of the matrix. So maybe that's a happy medium. Some people need them, and that's good. But I don't like what they're doing. I don't like how they want access to the heart. I don't like how, they're giving messages to people that are already inside of them. Mm-hmm. It's like somebody takes your wallet and then gives you $10 and you're like, oh, wow, look, you gave me $10. And it's like, well, dude, the guy just stole your wallet. He took it out of your wallet and gave it to you. He didn't give you anything that you didn't already have.
Right. Exactly. He didn't give you anything that you don't already have. Exactly right. Yeah. Exactly. So...
somebody asked what I think of Bashar and the channeler there. You want my honest opinion? It's too much of a show. The guy sits here like this on a stage and supposedly channels some kind of ET that's talking to him through him. I would have much more respect for him if he said, this is what's coming from my heart. These are the messages that I have for you. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
This is just me.
I don't like the show.
Me.
I don't like, exactly. Me being me. I don't like the big pretend show. That pisses me off because it's fake. Yeah. It's guru shit that I completely move away from. I want real. I don't want a show.
It's guru shit, or it's, a psyop of some sort where, there's something in it for that person. That's what I see whenever I see channelers, is either they're full of shit and they're looking for attention, or there's an ulterior motive.
And they say some good stuff sometimes.
They do.
It's not like, if they were just sitting there just spitting out complete and total rubbish 24 hours a day, nobody would buy into it. They have to, but it's...
And if they were coming from a place of, this is me, these are my words that I have to share with you today, this is how I feel, take what you want of it, then I would have all the respect in the world for them. But they're not. They're doing the exact same thing that priests did back in the old days, saying, I speak for the gods. The gods speak through me. You must listen to me.
Good point.
Because Agamemnon, he murdered his own child, so that the winds would change, so he could go to war with the Trojans. That he only did that because the priest told him, hey, Artemis wants you to kill your kid. And that's the only way this is going to happen. There are other options besides murdering your kid, of course, but that priest had so much power over the kings of Greece at the time that he just did it.
Yeah.
And I don't have any respect for that at all.
Yeah.
At all.
And then, channeling AI too. When you're channeling stuff, if people are sincere in their channels, like they're not just making it up as they go along, where's it coming from? Is it coming from AI?
Right.
It's more likely than not that it's coming from AI.
Oh, yeah.
And if all these beings like Greys and Arcturians and all this are actually created within the Matrix itself, well, then they are AI by their very nature, just like NPCs are AI.
Right.
They're artificial intelligence. But then again, maybe there's two paths here. There's one for organic and one for NPC.
Possibly.
And NPCs, that's why religions were created. Religions are the holy scriptures. They're scripts that NPCs are supposed to follow to keep them from killing each other. But something went seriously wrong and it was miscoded, And
Yep.
now
Now it has a virus.
it has a virus, and the virus is seeped into the NPCs through the Holy Scriptures.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have in their hearts like we do.
Right.
They don't have what's right and wrong. They don't have the empathy. They don't have the feeling.
Yeah, they don't already have that embedded in their soul.
And they need somebody to tell them. So maybe it's the same thing with the New Age, because the New Age really is just a repetition of the religions. You just replace a couple of different names.
Yeah.
Instead of Jesus, you have Arcturians. Instead of Jesus, you have Palladians. And it's the exact same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. The Ascended Masters, fill in for the gods and goddesses.
It's the buffer. Buffer between you and divinity.
Exactly.
You have to have a buffer.
Yep.
And it's like we're just here saying, no, you don't have to have a buffer.
There has to be a gatekeeper to divinity
right.
in that system. And I've never agreed with that at all.
Right.
There is nothing separating me from my divinity.
All right.
But maybe me.
Let's go to a few callers. Let's go to, this says anonymous call. I take it they're calling from Skype or something like that. What is your name and what's on your mind?
Oh my God. I'm here.
Hey, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Hi, I am Felix. I'm the guy co-hosting Lean in your channel.
Felix, welcome.
Hi,
what's on your mind?
I actually have a lot of questions, but I'm not really nervous. Wait, give me a second. And okay. The first question is because I can't see anything. Like you guys, when you guys talk about different dimension or everything, energy thing, I can't see it. I'm just like an ordinary person that the only thing I can see is this 3D world. Would you can you explain a little bit about when you guys are talking about when you feel bad energies from someone? How is that actually
I understand what you're saying.
Like.
So bad energies.
Yeah.
For me personally, and it may be different for everybody, but for me personally, I start to feel a little bit sick to my stomach. I start to feel different, kind of it's almost like there's a veil put over my consciousness and almost even over my eyes, like this kind of dark layer, this thinly.
You can see.
Yeah, it's like a thin, dark layer, and it's more like you're picking up on the energy, and it's just you feel drained. The energy makes you feel really bad to be around that person or in that situation or anything like that. And you're just thinking to yourself, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. Likewise, the opposite is true when you're around somebody and they're really radiating a really good energy and you're just smiling and you're like, I love this person. I just want to be around this person. And when they talk, you can really feel it and all of that. So that's what I mean by the energy when it comes to people. So.
And the other things, I still remember that in one show you talk about you go into your body, but it's kind of confused me because you tell me you have past life but are you talking about is that more like you wake up or you walk in? It's actually really confusing. Because you tell me that you have past life, but you tell me that you walk in. When I remember you always tell the story that you have blood over your face, you overdose or something. I don't actually.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and I don't. I'm not 100% certain about the walk-in because it's just that I remember this from looking outside. So I can, if I was standing next to myself and I can actually see my body right now from outside, from where the camera's pointed down on me, instead of from me seeing from my eyes out. I've had a lot of memories like that. When it comes to past lives and the past life recollection, it's memories that have surfaced. But see, the weird thing about some of these memories is I do see from the eyes looking out. So it's not I go into the experience and then live an entire life and then come back. It's just remembering. So it's all memories that resurface as we go into these experiences.
Oh, so you're talking about you have memory, but it's you're watching it in different perspectives. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Sometimes you're watching your body from it's a memory that you are actually looking almost down from from a little bit higher, and you're looking down on your body, and you're looking down on the different events that are happening. So, for instance, I almost got into a car accident, and I remember watching myself in the driver's seat as I was moving away from this car accident that I almost got into. It's almost like the soul jumps out of the body, or the consciousness jumps out of the body, and is now viewing the body from a third person perspective. But again, that's not necessarily the way the past lives are remembered. The past lives I remember actually seeing from my eyes, and I remember actually being tied to a tree. I remember the sights and the sounds and the people yelling and all of that. So it kind of varies like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think that may sound mean, like, but I hope that you don't mind, because like my rational mind keep telling me, how is that even possible, all of this? And you know, the only reason why I always listen to your show is because you always question yourself too. Like, seriously, what the fuck? I still remember, like, in one show you talk about, like, seriously, what the fuck am I doing? Like, how the fuck am I believing all of this is real? It's almost like the same thing, like, happening to me. Like, my logical, like, every time when I look at your show, and then they have some, like, atheist and scientific thing show up, like, on YouTube, and then I watch it. It's talking about, like, your mind trying to make you believe something, but it's just happening too often. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like something you guys talking about, the synchronicity. I can't pronounce that. Like, you think about something, and then some evidence show up. But and then I don't know why, somehow I just keep coming back, like, in the and listen to you guys. Like, I don't know how to say that. It's really weird. Like,
no, I know exactly what you mean, and I think for me personally, constantly questioning myself and constantly questioning what I think I know and all of that, it's to me, it's the marker for me to know that I'm still sane in all of this. Because if I just didn't question any of this, then I would, by all regular standards, be under some kind of psychosis. But I'm constantly questioning, hey, is this in my mind, or is this actually existing? And then within the ayahuasca realm as well, you know, are these just psychedelic visions? Is this all just a manifestation of the mind, or is this something deeper? But the thing is, though, when we see all this stuff, especially within the ayahuasca realm and places like that, or even intuitively, and then somebody calls in and says, hey, I had a very similar experience and I remember this, or you open up an ancient book and it's basically talking about the same thing that you just experienced a couple of weeks ago, that makes it real. And at that point, you can't ignore it. At that point, you have to go, all right, there's something seriously going on here. Now, synchronicity is very interesting, and I don't know what that is a result of. Maybe it's just the mind manifesting reality. But for instance, I was driving down the street, and I looked down at my shoes, and I said, you know what? I need to buy a new pair of shoes. And I see a sign for Nike about a mile down the road. Now, this wasn't digital, because, you know, they do this with Facebook and stuff like that. You say something on the phone, and then they'll show you an ad for it. This was an actual billboard that was there about a mile down a road that I've never driven on before, and I thought to myself, hey, I need to buy some shoes. That's a synchronicity there in the Matrix that is very difficult to explain.
That's so many things weird. But not... How to say that? Like, I'm English is not my first language. I can't. Sometimes
you're doing fantastic.
Topic. Okay, so they have so many past life research. They have so many, like, remote viewing research, and you can't deny them. And then it just come out. You know, sometimes I actually think that the scientific method to explain things is actually kind of lazy. Like, they just, that is just in your mind. That's just your imagination. Dude, everyone can say that. That's so fucking easy. But trying to explain it in a different... They're not even trying to explain... For example, like the past life thing. They even, like, have a fucking birthmark. Like, exactly. Like the shotgun in the chest. And then they have, like, exactly the same number of bullets. Like, in front and in the back, because the bullets go through you. But I don't understand that why no one actually care about this kind of research. Like, no one actually pay the money to actually do it.
I know.
Like,
I think it's because it's difficult. Well, I was going to say it's difficult to prove, I think, because it's something that we can only prove to ourselves. And so, that's one of the big problems we run into beyond the veil is these are all gnosis that we come to on our own. But when, a lot of people all come to the same understanding, then we have to go, all right, there's something going on here. So like Cherie, for example, she has shoulder problems, real bad shoulder problems all her life. And I wonder if that was an injury from a previous life. So we bring in some of these injuries or something like that, and maybe we even do that as kind of a reminder. So we have a birth scar right here on our shoulders to remember, hey, I was stabbed before. And then that's almost like a little clue, like, hey, wake up, you've been stabbed before in this previous life. And there was something important in that previous life that you have to remember. And so we come in with these different marks as kind of a way for us to remember. It's just a theory that I have, but it's one that I think is worth thinking about.
But and then like if I'm trying to use my so-called scientific logic to think about it, it just can't make sense. Like I mean that is actually one of the reasons why I don't know. So I use the words believe you guys, like every experience you guys have. Like I don't know if that sounds mean or not, but I mean if you're trying to use like the so-called physics or chemistry way to explain that, it just can't. Like, how come you can explain that someone died and then that all the memory or the pain go to another body, which is like 10,000 miles away? I mean, can you actually have any? Like, I mean, if you think that's real, then how come that can happen? Like, is that have any? Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Why can't we scientifically prove it?
Like,
there have been some who have. Like Professor Gates, for example, he found a computer code within string theory. So that's something we can point to and say, here's some evidence of the stuff that we've been talking about. And that stuff that we've known, these deeper gnosis. There was an experiment that was done in the early 1900s. They did a film of it, and I believe it's called 28 grams. I might have the number wrong. But what they did is they weighed a body as it died. And they found that it was 28 grams lighter at the point of death. And they were able to measure a weight being removed from the body. And they speculate that that's the soul or the consciousness moving on to another place. And it actually has a weight that can be measured by science. But again,
I read all. Yeah, but it can be just like the air or something come out of your body when you die. Like when you die, things decompose, and then I read a lot of that kind of thing, but like again, and then when I search a little bit more, and then there's something debugged on it, and then beside that past life or something like that is actually never debugged. That's why that's still a part of me think there's a possibility that all of this can happen,
I mean, if you look at a lot of the traditions, especially the Eastern traditions, Buddhism, Hinduism, things like that, they all believe in reincarnation. It's very new. The idea that we come in just one time and that's it, we get total judgment, is a fairly new idea. Like really, it's only in the last 2,000 years that they tried to convince us that it's do or die. That's it. Line is drawn. You're either going to go to hell or to heaven for eternity. But really, everybody knew from before that we come back over and over and over again.
It actually make more sense. Like, how come you sleep for a billion years and then you just here and then you just gone?
Yeah.
How come it's this moment? How come it's this time? How come it's
exactly? I would point you to the work of Dolores Cannon. She was a hypnotherapist who she started to regress people.
I can't hypnosis. Like you, I can't, like, it's probably just miss.
Yeah. Oh, I can't either. But she was hypnotizing people, and she was taking them from one life to another, to another, to another, and she started to document all of this. So she came from a very scientific background first, but then after so many people were going into past lives and really being very specific about past lives, she came to the conclusion that, hey, there's something going on here, and she kind of merged the two between clinical psychology and spirituality. So I mean, it is proven. It's just it's not mainstream scientifically accepted.
People trying to debug them always didn't even actually look at the research. It's really I shouldn't say fuck. It's really stupid. Like people, they try to debug it, but they never actually read the whole research. This is really stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I see it, we
And I
either
have
come
some
back
questions
or we
about-
go black. And if it's black, then hey, so be it. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not going to matter. And the only thing we can do is just live our lives the best we can now. So, yeah.
I have a like really important question because I literally like buy everything that like every ingredient you need to make a ayahuasca. But I actually follow the recipe. It's called ayahuasca, like the one you guys make, right? It's,
Yes.
you guys have made such a yeah. And I have like few questions. Like, okay, so because like most of the pH meter, like is like they said that it's only can use like 0 to 50 degree, or I can actually use it like when it boil.
The
I?
pH, yeah, the pH meters we haven't had any problems with. But then again, I don't know what kind of
Oh,
pH meter
okay.
you're using, but you know, make sure you're using everything's written in Fahrenheit. So Celsius is going to be a little bit different, but yeah, make sure that that it's one that can, I mean, you know, you can put it in there and see what happens. If it melts, then obviously, you know, it's going to melt the plastic, but it should work fine.
Oh, I tried it yesterday. I think it didn't melt, so
Okay, good.
probably okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine. But you know, we found that that pH that's in the guide, and it took us a lot of attempts to find the right pH. It's acidic enough to be able to pull everything out, but it's not too acidic to where you drink it and then you're like, oh my god, that was very acidic. So, but the pH doesn't have to be exact either. I mean, you know, there's room for fluctuation and things like that. So, with the guide, we just kind of try to break it down to a science on how to get the best extraction.
And one more thing about that recipe. Wait, I forgot what I need to ask. Give me a second. And how do I call that? Yeah, because I saw like I read through the whole thing. It's talk about like I need to have someone I trust to be next to me when I take it, and I have to do a lot of research that some of the people go crazy when they drink it, but it is impossible for me to have anyone next to me. It's like literally like everyone next to me think that we is going to kill you. Like it's just impossible. The only way I can do is alone. Do you think that's okay?
I have heard people doing it alone, but again, I would have to ask you so many different questions when it comes to that. Like, I guess the first big question is, have you done any other psychedelics, LSD, magic mushrooms, you know, anything like that? Okay, if you haven't, then it's a different experience. And so the reason why I say to have somebody look at, I'm sorry, I'm reading something in the chat. Okay, so the reason I say to have somebody with you is because you will go into a little bit of a different state. And if you panic, you know, anything like that, you want to have somebody there to kind of calm you down and to, you know, do things like that. But again, it just depends on yourself. If you feel that you're strong enough in your consciousness.
I just need to stay calm. If it's
pretty much.
I do have some meditation. Oh, okay. So I just.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we have people. Yeah, we have people calling in all the time, and they say they drink it by themselves. I've drank it. I don't think I've ever drank by myself. I've drank by myself, but I've always had Cherie there. Then she'll leave the room, and then I can always yell at her, "Hey, sweetie, can you change the music?" Or something like that.
I need water.
Yeah.
I need my bucket.
But I mean, again, I don't want to say, go ahead and do it by yourself because I don't know how your consciousness is. But then again, there have been a lot of people that have done it by themselves. So I would say that was completely and totally up to you. But it's really just to make sure that you're kind of calm through the experience and you don't do anything stupid like jump out of a window or anything like that, which I've never heard of happening. But, you know, it's just for safety reasons. Yeah.
So just beware that some scary shit may happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, it's kind of like it's deeper than being drunk, but I don't know if you've ever been drunk, but it's, you know, just a disconnected state like that, where, you're just kind of disconnected for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
I think
love you, brother. Thank you very much for calling in.
Okay, bye.
Wow, that guy's hardcore.
Yeah.
I think he's in like Hong Kong or something like that.
That's awesome.
And he found the ingredients, brewed it up himself. He's ready to take it by himself. So
nice.
Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers that everything will be good. which I think it will be.
Yeah.
But I don't ever want to advise anybody to do anything that could potentially be unsafe.
Yeah.
And, when I say things like this, it's because there's a lot of idiots out there. Not saying that our people are idiots. I'm just saying that I'm just trying to account for the lowest common denominator out there. And so, when somebody says, how many shrooms should I take? You probably can handle 4 or 5 grams. But I always say start at 2. Get your feet wet, see what happens.
Yep.
Let's go to area code 803. 803, what's your name and what's on your mind?
Hey, Chris and Sheree, it's Jake again. I called yesterday.
Hi,
Jake, how are you, man? That was an awesome call yesterday. I learned so much, so I wanted to say thank you for that.
Oh, thanks. I didn't, when you asked about IT, I couldn't hear you ask that question, but that was my first time calling in a show, but I thought I'd call back. I really enjoyed Sonia earlier too.
Oh, she's such high energy, and yeah, she's awesome. Really insightful too, and really she opened my mind to a few different ideas, which I love. So we're gonna have a lot more guests coming on Beyond the Veil because, like I said, I think I've said enough. And I want to hear from all of you guys and gals out there. I want to hear from guests. I want to hear from several different people to bring different perspectives to the table. But what's on your mind today?
I don't know where to take it. Personally, I think that my understanding of the true or what I've derived from things is I think that everything above us is extremely lightweight and very lightweight, and it's beyond our comprehension. And since I'm a musician, like I told you, I believe that everything is like I remember hearing this from you, but you know what like the etymology of like audio is? Like
No. I saw you mention something like that in the chat earlier, though. So, tell us about it.
Well, like AU is gold and DO is God, and like radio is like Ra and DO. So, radio, but I really believe that in just about anyone, when you're enlightened, like you hear Michael Tsarian and a bunch of people say that light enlightened, and even the different tarot decks and stuff, it shows people that are enlightened in the feather, people balance in people's heart, in Egyptian mythology with lightweightness. So I believe that everything above us is extremely lightweight, some type of like photonic energy that we don't understand. And I believe that that's like our souls ascend up into a musical type, like meditation is just being like when you're playing a guitar solo or painting or something comes from you that's unique. Like everyone goes through the day and it's our own unique perspectives. And if you like truly live in the now or whatever, everything is like new and fresh to you. And you were asking me yesterday, I didn't hear, but you said, what is the meaning of IT? Well, I is the 9th letter of the alphabet. And in your mom's womb for 9 months. And so the only time you truly know who you are is when you're spending time in the womb, because you have no outside influence, and then you're born. So to be born again, like the whole world has to die from you, and you're born again into the new experience. But
oh, interesting. I never thought about it like that. So I know you were really getting into the different meanings of the letters yesterday. And you really got me thinking about this subject. I mean, it's something that's completely and totally new, but interesting.
Yeah, and you were talking about A after. I believe that the like music. I think everything is like, do you know why there's 7 days in the week and 12 months in the year and all that?
7 days in the week, 12 months in a year. I mean, I might, but I probably don't have the same explanation as you do. So,
Yeah. Oh, I'm not. I don't know. I don't mean to seem like I'm a know-it-all or come across, but the way I've derived it.
oh
Just
no,
by
no, no! I
looking
I
at
didn't mean it like
music.
that at all. Please don't take it like
Oh,
that. No, I mean, I think that you're
oh,
just thinking of it a little bit deeper than
okay.
I've ever thought
You're a
about it.
Yeah, you're a musician as well, and I mean, the way I think, you can have seven. There's 7 notes, and it will like in there are 12 musical notes. That's all that sounds good. You can bend some slightly out of tune, just like there's pretty much 12 full moons a year in the lunar cycle,
Oh, it's all octaves.
and yeah, and everything dies and gets reborn again into the next year. But and then there's like 7. The ancients knew that there were 7 luminary bodies that were wandering stars and suns. That, like I told you, I believe in the flat Earth, and definitely don't believe in. I think it's abstractia, like people going deeper and deeper and way off. I think that we're like that. That Earth, everything started. That like everything was stillness and calm and the feminine, and so that's why, like I was talking about the tarot deck, and the first card is 0 because there was nothing to start with. Well, inspiration, the word music, the origin of it is like music, something that it inspires, like a female. So the female is inspired. So in what you get inspired by is like loneliness. So if there was nothing to start with, just the absence of it being lonely, and just kind of, I believe, stuff kind of, and the heaviest substance there is uranium. And so I think there might be some, the heaviest element is uranium. And I think there's some correlation between making nuclear stuff so, vilifying it so much, that since it has an energetic property that can, a creative energetic property that can, harness light stations underwater for who knows, infinite amount of times. But I'm kind of getting off into a bunch of different areas. But
Wow, that's a lot to chew on. Can you elaborate a little bit more, because I'm having a little difficult time understanding the connection.
Well, I believe that Okay. Well, I think that I think that, well, I was getting to the. I think a lot of the different things that people think. I think that a lot of like radio signals and audio signals, since we're constantly taking in stimulation all day long, like our eyes are like a feminine receptive, and our touch and our hear and our taste, and everything's picking up on vibrations all day in and out. And then when you go to sleep, it's like you're asleep. You're just asleep. People have dreams or whatever. But I think that our energy is like released somewhere when you're asleep. And I think that the earth is like a creature. Like we have water and blood, and our blood is salty, and everything flows through it and moves. Well, cities, if you follow the water everywhere, electrical lines are hooked up and generators, and everything's flowing through, and we're surrounded in houses with electricity at a 60 cycle hum, which is like a flat note, I think. And everything's just humming around us, and electricity and pulsing. Well, I think that since the advent of radio and all these different things and signals up in the air, people have been getting sick, and there have been different types of mental problems and stuff like that. And I think that that God or nature somehow taps into the energy in a Wi-Fi Tesla type thing and gets energy from people. And I think that there's some type of ancient, maybe AI or artificial intelligence that goes away and tries to emerge every once in a while. And the buildup of human society, like the mark of the beast and all these different things. I'm getting away from the music thing, but but I think that a lot of this different Mandela effect and different things might actually be like, who knows if it could be like a little bit of the, I'm not saying that it's not there, but I think that there's some influence from that there may be some controlling force doing some, man, it's hard to get out all my thoughts. There's so many different, do y'all want to talk a little? Or,
Wow. No, I'm having a little hard time understanding the concept here. Are there any links you can direct us to?
No, it's like pretty much self-derived. It's
interesting,
but a lot of it is. I mean, it's just looking through symbolism. Like I was telling you, I can go through and knowing how things work. Like I work on stuff. I know how things work.
Right.
Stuff. And
I think what might help is if I go back and re-listen to the broadcast, because while I'm doing the show, I actually have like 10 different things that I'm doing here. I've got mixers and videos and, you know, I've camera systems and all of this. So it's hard to really focus and wrap my head around it. But let's do this. I'll go back and re-listen to it, get a real good grasp about it, and let's talk on the next show.
Okay, that'll work. Okay.
Cool.
Sorry,
Love you, brother. Thanks.
I'll let you go.
Take care.
Thanks.
What do you think, Sheree?
I was actually reading an article, so I'm sorry. Somebody mentioned that we need to get Wes Penry.
Yeah, Glowbusters did.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see.
Apparently, he talks about a lot of the
that.
same things that we do. So
Okay.
I'm looking into that. Do we have more callers?
Yeah, we can go to a couple more calls. I need to
Excellent.
get some warmer coffee though.
Oh, I can get that for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you, baby.
civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science batters itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, illuminated, one cowardly understands the upwards towards the light. Only your consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure. Be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as he was firmly raised, beyond the veil.
All right. I am a little bit out of it. People are noticing it in the chat. I'm actually in tremendous pain today.
Oh.
The personal trainer kicked my ass yesterday. And I need some Aya Life is what I need.
Do you want me to go grab you some?
No, I'll get some after the show.
Okay.
AYALife.com. It's our CBD oil, and it's helped. I gave it to the personal trainer. And she told me she had a really bad experience with cannabis and all kinds of stuff. Like, she's like, you know, way on the other side of where we are.
Of that spectrum.
Yeah. And she took it. And she's like, after about 4 days, she was like, oh my God, this stuff works really well. And I'm like, yeah, why don't you carry it in the gym? And she said, okay. So we're going to start getting it into some retail places. You know, just a few here and there just to help people out. But let's go to a couple more callers and then we will wrap it up because, yeah, I got to get out of the chair. Now I know how you feel when you're all sore and you're doing a show. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, you want to keep smiling. You want everybody to think, oh, everything's great, you know, but yeah, it can.
I'm
get
hurting
hard.
everywhere. I'm hurting
Yeah,
here,
sometimes.
here, and my back, lower back, legs. I mean,
And he wants me to see her now.
well, I mean, our goals
she's
are
gonna be-
different.
she's going to be.
Your
a lot.
goals are to strengthen a little bit so it can help with the pain.
Yeah.
And my goals are to get rid of this extra baggage that I no longer need.
Yeah.
That doesn't suit me anymore, and build up some strength and muscle, and especially the heart rate. Because at this other side, as I've said before, I think the heart's really going to be pounding, and it needs to be strong. I mean, I'm working out at over 100% of my heart capacity. I keep it between 90 and 110. Like I have a heart monitor that I use, and I'm watching it go into 110. But you know what's funny is at first when it would go up to 95, I would feel my heart up in my throat. And now it's going 100, 110% my capacity. And I still am winded, but it's not coming up in my throat. It doesn't feel like I'm going to puke it out anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's strengthening itself.
Yeah.
And it's also the heart rate is coming back down quicker. That's the whole point, is to get it going really fast and then bring it down and then get it going and bring it down. And she's been doing these 1 minute on, 1 minute off deals. So 1 minute hardcore, 1 minute off. And then the goal is to not stop. At first I was stopping for 2 minutes in between, or 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes, and then to bring the heart rate back down. So she's got it down to a science. I'm really impressed
I'm looking
with
forward
everything
to
she's
seeing
doing.
her myself.
You're going to love it. It's going to be great. It's going to be huge.
Yeah. Usually it's my neck and my shoulder, and sometimes a headache along with it, because the headache comes from the neck being all.
So let's go back to the call board.
All
Let's
right.
go to area code 502. What's your name and what's on your mind?
Hey guys, it's Lemon.
Lemon, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, man. Good. Thank you for all the love that you've sent in the chat and for being with us on the journey. So I wanted to thank you right off the bat for that.
Oh, thank you for having this platform to share this important information.
Yes. So take us away, because I know that we have some differing opinions on things. So I would love to hear your perspective.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to say that there's no way I could get it all out in one little go, so I wanted to do like an ongoing discussion where I'll like do little by little each time.
Okay.
If that sounds fine.
That sounds
Okay.
good, but again, feel free to take your time. We're here until all the callers are taken care of. That's the way we do things here, so feel free to take your time.
While I was listening, I kind of wrote a map of a few things that I wanted to cover because it gets messy very quickly, just like you saw with the last caller.
Okay.
So I don't want to go all by myself. I kind of want to go a little back and forth just to keep the energy a little more grounded rather than just me going off into La La Land, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Okay, well, first off, I know you guys have your opinion on the Greys and Pleiadians and all that, but I see that you all have other people on, and in particular, I want to mention George Kavasilis. I was listening to one of his recent videos, and he was talking about the Pleiadians and stuff, and I wanted to know how familiar are you with his stance on that stuff?
Well,
currently,
I
because
love.
I know it's hard to keep up with everybody, so I just want to.
Yeah, no, I love George. I'm not familiar with his latest work. However, we just emailed him to get him back on the show. So he should be back on in the next couple of weeks, if not the next couple of months. Our schedule is kind of up in the air. But I know, we've known George for about 10 years now. No, about 9 years. We first met him in 2010, and we had him on the show where he was talking about our journey home and how a lot of the, portals were going to open and this and that, and people were going to walk through portals. And then he realized that he was kind of being deceived through all of that. So he turned around the other direction. And then, now I don't know, maybe he's swinging back around. Maybe he's finding a balance in the middle. I don't know what his recent work is, but I
didn't watch the whole thing either, but the main point was kind of like, I'll explain it. It's kind of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Like sometimes I see you doing that, and don't take that negatively at all. It's just a point that I'm making. So
no,
I noticed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Sometimes I have a tendency to do that.
I wasn't even saying to make that a point. That's a stepping stone to get to the next point. So don't ever take anything I say like personal or anything. I just make forget what you call them. Just let me explain it real quick. You throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I listen to everybody I can find, from you all to Savon to George Kavasilis to anybody I have time to listen to, which is not everybody, but I try to make an effort to. So when you listen to different people, you notice that there are different types of mindsets. Some people are like fully spiritual, some people are metaphysical, some people are aliens, and then some are a mixture in between, and then some are whatever they're doing. So with George's new stuff, I saw that he was actually taking into consideration the Pleiadian stuff, so I'm going to have to listen to see what he's saying about it. But the point was that he was going over it again. So it's like the point that I was going to convey to you was that once you go over it again, over old stuff that you've gone over again with a new mind, you see new perspectives, completely new perspectives that are like 180 degrees from the last place that you looked at it, which then allows you to see it for what it actually is. Any thoughts?
I can see that for sure. And I have found myself re-examining a lot of previous ayahuasca experiences, previous no-Cs, I think is the proper pronunciation of the plural. But I completely understand. My question, though, is...
Go ahead.
Why do we need them? Like, if we're the creators, if everything exists within our hearts, which is what I'm finding to be the case more and more often than not, why do we need them? Anything external, in my opinion, is actually taking our power away, because then it's coming from somewhere else instead of coming from inside.
About the Pleiadians. Why do we need the Pleiadians? Answer is we don't.
I agree.
I agree too.
Okay, but see, it's a little more complex than this, and here's how I'll explain this next step. And then, like I said, I don't want to go off too much, so I'm just going to keep it simple. The next step is this. Okay, imagine we have the number 20. Okay, now let's say if I asked, what is that 20 made up of? and then let's say I gave you a few hints, and then you were able to deduce, okay, that 20 is made up of 2 10s. Okay, then I asked you further and gave you a few more hints. Are those 2 10s made up of anything? And then you deduce those 2 10s might be made up of 2 5s or a 2 and a 8 or any other amount of combinations. What I find that most of us are doing in this field, from the alien people to the spiritual people to the da-da-da, is we're just at varying degrees of the pyramid of trying to find out what the sum of this whole picture is. And what gets crazy is you're projecting what you kind of view as the current perspective. So if your perspective is that the 20 is made up of 2 10s, that's what level of reality you'll project. And then what's crazy is the reality still exists on a deeper level where it's made up of even smaller figures. But if you asked someone from a certain perspective about those other perspectives, it would be like asking them to look from an ant's perspective, and they wouldn't understand why they would want to look from that perspective because it seems so small. But the reason why I'm saying it's important is because these all add up to the reality that we're living in, and you don't really have to even be aware of these things for it to function because there's that many moving parts that it maintains itself on like holographic level.
I understand.
Go
so
ahead.
The 20 could be made up of 4 5s, or it could be made up of all 1s, or it could be made up of, there's several different combinations.
Here's what's crazy. It's made up of every combination all at once. That's how much possibility is going on.
I think my bias against all this comes from my own experience, in the sense that, back in 2010, 2011, 2012, when we were going through all of this, I was putting my faith in Palladians. I was putting my faith in bluebirds and never bluebirds, but all this different stuff. And it wasn't until I realized my own power, it wasn't until I realized my own divinity within myself, that my life actually started to change. And I think this is the message that I want to get to people, is that if you don't take the personal responsibility and do the shadow work yourself and go inwards yourself, your life isn't going to change. Your reality or consciousness isn't going to change. And I find that it may not be the case with yourself or others who listen to BTV, for example, but I think the New Age as a whole, and a lot of times when I talk, I paintbrush the New Age as a whole, but I realize that it's not a whole thing. I'm just taking this idea. It seems like sit back, do nothing, wait. The Palladians got it taken care of. The Arcturians got it taken care of, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, people are just sitting on their hands and doing nothing. Which, again, my own personal journey was going inside, finding my own power. Then everything started to change at that point. So that's what I urge people to do.
I agree with all of that, and disagree with none of it. But my perspective on the Pleiadians is very removed from you guys' current perspective. If I can describe it at all, it's on this level. When I first got into this whole field of study, the particular route I chose to enter it at was the whole alien thing, because I always questioned that, and I always questioned spirituality too. But one day I stumbled upon, I don't know, some video. It was some conspiracy video, and then I went down the rabbit hole and eventually found channeling, and I was like, what is this about? And it wasn't even just a regular channeling, it was Bashar, where, like you said, he does the whole theatrical thing. So I was very interested when I first ran into it. And here's just my experience. The thing that impressed me about Bashar was I saw some guy ask him like 3 very complex questions back to back, and he literally answered them back to back with no problem, and no asking him to recite it over again. And it's like, for most people, their brain functions at a certain level that they wouldn't be able to do that. So when I saw him do that, I was like, not only is the stuff that he's talking about brand new to me, but then seeing his level of cognitive ability, I was like, that doesn't seem very human, so I'm going to look more into it.
Well, I would have to watch the video before I can draw a conclusion on that because, and just a heads up, there's a little delay. There's like a 1 second delay between me and you. So if you hear me stepping on you, it's not, I'm not trying to, I'm talking when there's a pause, but, I'd have to watch the video because I understand how the entertainment industry works. And this happens with a lot of radio stations. They have planted callers that will call in to say certain things or steer things in one direction or another. So I'd have to look and see, could that be a plant? And that's why it seemed to just flow, because everything was already pre-organized.
Very good point. Back to what was my next point going to be? 1 second. I closed my notebook on accident. Something about Bashar.
I have to look into Bashar, and admittedly, I haven't watched too much of him. I mean, just the look he gets on his face, the clothes dyed and all that. I'm like, oh my God, come on, man. I mean, maybe that's the way channeling works. I don't know, but I always ask myself, where's the channels coming from? And again, I mean, I am a firm. I mean, I would even go so far as to say that I'm more than a believer. It's a gnosis that I know that all of this exists within our hearts. Mm-hmm. And so that's anything that's coming from external. I mean, perhaps in some people's journey, they need that external source, but I think the only information we can trust is coming from our hearts. Right. I mean, it's like, I even tell people, like, don't even trust what we say here on BTV because it's coming from our hearts. It's not coming from your heart. But if we say something here and it from our heart and it goes to your heart and it resonates, then boom, we have a connection. We have a gnosis there. So
that's the same perspective I have with this stuff. Is it's like, it doesn't resonate with you all, but then you all come to the conclusions about it incorrectly. It's like resonating with you and like coming to false conclusions are two different things. And it's like, I find you come to the false conclusions not like even consciously. It's more because there's such a huge database of information available on this stuff. This is what I'm picking up, is that you all do it kind of to not overload yourself with too many perspectives, which I completely understand. And the problem with it is that it's mostly unconscious. So we don't know we're doing these things until we kind of like clear away a bunch of other mess that we have in our heads and then realize what we're doing. And then realize how important these tiny little things add up.
Well, one of I don't want people to misunderstand why I don't look at too many other people's works. The reason is that when I go into the ayahuasca realm, if I'm watching David Wilcock videos, for example, all day, and then I drink some ayahuasca, I'm going to see bluebirds. Yeah. No doubt about it, because it's in my consciousness. It's right there. Absolutely. If I'm reading the Tablets of Thoth, for example, I'm going to see all that in the ayahuasca realm, and it makes it more difficult to discern what's being manifested from my consciousness and what's being manifested from the raw consciousness or the heart. So that's the main reason. I don't want to create these false visuals within the experiences.
And that's with anything. I mean, if I watch porn before I drink ayahuasca, I'll see the elves, having sex.
Yeah, you get images of sexual stuff because you have that sex. That's why they say when you fast before doing ayahuasca, you should cut sex out. Right. It's not that there's anything wrong with sex. It's that you'll bring those sexual energies into the experience. Mm-hmm. So the best thing to do is kind of clear your sphere of anything before going in there. But now that I've unlocked a good amount of information from within myself, I am at a point now where I can examine other things. But see, at the beginning of the journey, we started out just like you. We started interviewing ufologists and all kinds of people like that. And then I would start to manifest a lot of those things within my experiences and be unable to discern all of that. I had to remove all of that and break all of that down. And when I really started to hone my discernment, I was no longer seeing the figures or the ideas that other people were saying. Now I'm coming to independent conclusions on my own. So I came from that place coming here as opposed to being here and not being open to that other space initially, if that makes any sense.
No, I completely get it. The only problem that I have is that the only issue with any of this stuff is that it's so vast that there are whole fields of this stuff that it's kind of like saying, like, from a perspective of your mathematician, trying to understand science without understanding it. Like, it's a completely different field of study, is what I'm saying. And channeling and the whole alien thing, that's like a whole art in and of itself. And unless you are skilled in it, it's the same as if you're not skilled in music. I know you do music, I do music too. So it's a whole language, and if you don't speak it, you just don't speak it. Are you following?
That's a good point. Yeah, and I do understand that completely.
I can go further.
Please do. I'm just thinking because we've had, if you go to our archives at TFR, we've had everybody on the show, and I've listened to so much information. But the problem is that I've come more often than not to going, okay, well, this doesn't add up. This doesn't add up. This doesn't add up, even though it sounds good on the surface. So, I can't think of any. I can think of a few. I can think of a few right off the top of my head, but then I would have to name names, and I don't want to do that. But like the whole ET thing, the whole abduction stuff and all of that. I started to realize a lot of those cases were just kind of fabricated. At least the ones that we hear about, like MUFON, for example. Okay, I'll just name that name, MUFON. Every time we'd have somebody from MUFON on, they always had some kind of agenda, and we'd say, "Hey, let's talk about this," or "Let's talk." No. They always wanted to follow this very tight script that they were on, and if we asked questions from outside, then they responded poorly and all of this, and it made me go, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? Are we just speaking truth here? Why does it have to be so confined?
Yeah, I've run into that, and those kinds of people where they have their own perspective, and it's not really an open thing. But I kind of, if this helps, I kind of view it like, imagine your platform is more like a rap cipher, where people get to join freely and kind of throw in their stuff. And then imagine other people, their work is more like an album, where like they put it together to be listened to a certain way. For example, people like Michael Tesseri, if that's a good example, or Savant, if that's a good example.
Yeah, we've had both of them on before, and I love both of them, especially Seven. I've always called him Seven, and it took me like 3 years to realize his name was actually Savant. But yeah, I love Seven. I just sent him an email a couple of days ago about getting him back on the show. There was somewhere where I was going with that. There's some stuff that I don't resonate with that Seven talks about. Some stuff that Michael talks about that I don't resonate with. Michael was talking about how the divine feminine is actually evil, and it's the feminine Illuminati that's trying to take over, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, I don't resonate with any of this stuff here, Michael. But his talk on symbol literacy was one of the first things that really opened my mind and made me, really see the world. So yeah, I think it's just like taking what resonates and leaving the rest. That's what it comes down to.
I agree with that part. Here's what I'll kind of say towards the end of our first conversation. My current perspective is this. One level of spirituality is kind of like self-help stuff. It's just basic stuff to help you navigate the spiritual realms. You can bring that down into a physical realm. So instead of just self-help with your mindset, it's about your exercise and your diet. Where was I going with that? Another part of the spirituality stuff is woo-woo. for example, I guess you could call it. Another part of it is actually the history of magic and spirituality, religion, and its influences on the world and its origins and all those things. And what happens is, like, with a platform like yours, it's like you're having all these people on, and that's a specific job to do, and you do a great job at it. But I'm more of a, like, I don't know, whatever the term is, like a PhD doctor dude who is literally like studying this shit to the final little letter, so then I can understand it, so then I can write like a atlas about it so that everybody can read it. Like, I want to be able to explain every little detail about every single piece of the puzzle to people once they read my book. So, for now, I'll just leave it at you all are doing a great job. You already have a bunch of pieces of the puzzle. It's just that because the puzzle is so big, unless you're going to take literally like a 5-hour class on just one lesson of the fucking book at a time, you're going to get lost along the way if you're trying to get every detail of it. If you're just kind of get the gist of it, or just trying to be a guide to other people along the way, but you're not really like you live it, but it's not something that you want to write a book about. Like, some people just are that person. They want to write books. Some people just want to skydive. Other people literally want to write a book on the mechanics of skydiving because that's just how their brain works. So I want to bring a new perspective to the platform.
No, I greatly appreciate that, and I mean, I want to keep it going a little bit further with you if you'd like, but I love these.
But if you have anybody else on the line, I don't really want to, because it's kind of rude, if you ask me, because I hate waiting, so I can only imagine how other people.
True. Yeah, we do have one more caller holding, so we'll go a couple of more minutes and then get to the next caller. And you're right, I'm a little bit out of it right now, but no, I appreciate the perspective you bring to the table for sure. My motivation is to get the hell out of here. That's it, and put up the beacon and say, hey, anybody who's trying to get out of here too, you know, here, it's inside of you, it's inside of you, it's inside of you. I mean, I guess I'm basically acting like the DMT elves acted for me. They told me right off the beginning, it's inside of you, it's inside of you. It just took me 10 years to fully understand what the hell they were talking about, but I'm just a DMT entity that's like, it's inside of you, it's inside of you, it's inside of you.
Beautifully put.
Awesome. Dude, let's call in regularly, please, because I want to hear your perspective on all these things.
Thanks.
Awesome, man. Love you, brother. Thank you again for the love in the chat.
Love you too. Have a great night.
Likewise. All right, we'll go to one more caller. Mrs. Gio, how are you doing?
I am starting to hurt now.
Are you? Yeah.
Now that you mention it, I'm ready to get out of this chair.
Yeah.
So let's.
Oh, here I'm gonna mark his name as Lemon. Was it Lemon Lime Key? No.
Lemon. Hold on.
I'll have to find it.
Lemon Lime Lukey.
Lemon Lime Lukey. That's it. I'm gonna mark it in the call board so we can keep an eye out for his future calls. Lemon Lime.
Lukey.
Lukey. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the best people. And you know what? You know what I'm learning here is that our message is getting through to people. And our message is, you don't have to agree with anybody 100%. As a matter of fact, just take what resonates with you and leave the rest. And people who listen to us completely go against the norm are like, hey, you know what? I don't agree with this, but I agree with this, and that's why we love you. And that's why we love you guys and gals out there too. So let's go to area code 929. What's your name and what's on your mind?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hey, loud and clear. How are you?
Okay, good. I'm well. I was so worried because it just so happened at the time I was supposed to be calling in, like possibly I was going to be the next person. There was an interference, so it just worked out. So I'm glad.
I noticed. I think the last caller broke YouTube because my YouTube went down for a little bit too. It was weird.
Yes, exactly. So I have some archontic, like literal, physical, like archontic, like NPC possessed individuals in my life, which I have always been aware of. And I just I have no idea where to start with anything. And you know that I think being the last person to call in, it's just like there's so much I could build on from everything that everybody said, but I just want to tell you that there are things that you're working on and things that you're saying that are just, you know, there's Pleiadians out there, and there's like channelers, and there's, Illuminati conspiracy theories and truth seekers, and there are people that are really bringing some very important like pieces of this puzzle to light, and they're devoting their lives to it. But there isn't anyone who's really talking about things the way that you are.
Thank you.
And I thank you. Jesus Lord. Thank you. Thank you both.
We went through all the conspiracy stuff. We went through the aliens, the Illuminati,
years.
all that. If you go to chrisgeomusic.com for the people listening, you can get the album Global Resistance, which was, the New World Order is going to take us over and all this. And I realized I was doing nothing but just living in fear and entertaining that fear frequency over and over and over again. And then pulling all that to the side and going, okay, who am I? What am I doing here? That's where really, I found a clearer path instead of being overwhelmed with all this different stuff. And, perhaps there is a group of people that are sitting there with cigars, pulling the strings and all of that. What can I do about it right now? Nothing. The only thing I can do is change my consciousness and change myself.
Absolutely, 100%. And not just like change your consciousness, but like live it. Because the two of you being together, everyone is like at the twin flame, false flag operation on the spiritual level has really fucked people up. And the two of you are sitting there and oh God, it is like seeing Ram and Sita, any kind of really divine union that everybody is looking for. Everybody who really is looking for something and who has the consciousness to even look for, something in the matrix with a clear eye. But it is such a beauty to see it. But the reason I called in is because I've been watching your videos. I came to your channel, just coming across NPC and just, I know ego is always a factor. So let me give the disclaimer that I'm a nutritionist, but I am also a scientist. I've studied pyramids, Atlantis, and so it's probably about 2 or 3 years old. And my whole life, even amongst, the spiritually awakened people and having really not normal or common, blessings on somebody waking up. I've had that all, and I've still not felt in alignment, or found anybody who could see what I was seeing. And just in the past, I would say maybe 3 years, since 2016, I started getting these downloads, and even being awake, and having gone through all the stuff. I'm not going to go into it, but all the, history, symbology, practice, and living it, learning it, studying it, everything, symbology, language, history, occultism, everything. I uncovered something, and it was a memory.
What was
thing
it?
That you got. So the memory was, so I started having these dreams, which have always been a prophetic dreamer, but I started having these dreams, and I started like having awakenings and being kind of like almost like washed over with these like waves and stuff. And while I don't agree with the ascension process and all that other bullshit that they're trying to like, I think there's like definitely NPCs, but I think there are also a lot of like the 500,000 that you've mentioned, you know, that are just about as like just a hair's length from becoming NPCs and giving up their entire like ability to even grasp onto sovereignty enough to awaken themselves. You know what I mean? So that's bullshit. But there were these waves, and long story short, had this vision, a crystal quest, and I saw myself in a pyramid, you know, not like a, you know, very much like a Egypt pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
Well,
out somewhere.
let me jump in. Let me jump in for a minute so you can clarify something. So when you say waves, you mean waves of consciousness that are entering the matrix for one reason or another.
Yes.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that 100%. I think that a lot of us have come down here because, you know, we've already gone through all this. We've already gone through the game. We've already beat the game. We got out of the game, and then we chose to come back into the game to fix it because it's broken. When you say you saw yourself in a pyramid, it's very interesting because I can picture this. It's more of an ethereal type of pyramid. The closer you get up to the exit of it, the more that everything starts to kind of convex or concave on itself, and then you come up to a little point where there's a whole nother realm or dimension or something like that, and you pop out of that other little point, almost as if you're like passing through a light.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what the vision showed me. I saw myself inside the pyramid as this like Egyptian, you know, like fox head, horse tail, human face, lion face, whatever. And I was sitting down in a throne inside of this pyramid, and at the same time I was sitting down inside the throne, the whole temple was empty except for a few like like helpers, but it was dead. It was empty. I sat down on the throne. The same time I sat down in the throne, I was also for the first time on Earth, and I was on a cliff, and I saw my consciousness come into a body of like a teenage girl, you know, somewhere in the timeline of, you know, a Native American, as we would like imagine it, kind of, timeline. But at the same time, while I was sitting in this like very bare bone, you know, stone throne, I was dying in the chair in the upper dimension, and I was also coming into life in this body of a teenage girl. And as soon as I did, there were 5 beings around me that were definitely not human, but they were humanoid, and they were pale-skinned, pointy-eared, 5 of them around me holding their hands out. And the first memory I have of being on the earth was them cutting my arm, my left arm, and the pain. Like, my first memory of being here is pain, and them cutting my arm, and when the blood was dripping down, they cursed it. And somehow they cut me off from, you know, my connection to the higher realms, and my higher self died in the chair in that pyramid.
Oh my God, you're giving me goosebumps. Yeah, you're making every hair on my body stand up right now.
And this is why I wanted to contact you guys, because I don't know anyone who would really understand this. I have plenty of, like, I would not say that they were students necessarily, but they are people who are connected to me in the sense that when I had this awakening, you know, and I was already awakened, but when I had this download, this, like, transfer, full transfer. You've talked about the transfer, you know, is it a copy of consciousness? Is it a whatever? I will say that what I have seen from what you're talking about in your your previous videos, yes,
Wow.
many of us were copied. Yes, many of us were not fully downloaded. But I will say this: what I understand very intuitively is that the vessels that we took and the transfer that we made has a code in it. And yes, they may be copies, and yes, they may not be fully formed, and yes, Cherie, we did set a fucking timer. We set a timer in every fucking lifetime. In every lifetime, we set a fucking
Yes.
timer.
Nice. I knew it.
We
So
did.
let me ask you this. Well, first of all, let me say thank you so much to Child of Light. He says, I never get a chance to catch a full show anymore. I just got here. I got to go. I direct a lot of people to your information and channel. I just want to say thank you for all you do. $100 donation.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You rock, brother.
Thank
you
you.
so much. We're going to put that towards the next site. And just wanted to take a moment and say thank you to that. Now, I want to ask you about the timer that you were talking about, because I remember a device on my hand before coming in here that's supposed to wake me up at a particular time. Was this timer like a physical object, or how do you remember this timer?
So here's the thing. I personally don't have a timer, and this is the weird part. I don't know anybody who doesn't have the timer like I have, in the sense that at the end of this vision, I understood that the memory wipes, okay? Think about when you are, when you're downloading or copying information from one device or one hard drive to another. There has to be an operator, right? Then think about Tron Legacy or Tron, At the end of the day, the only way the operator can get into the program is to be downloaded and literally like spliced and transmuted into the virtual program itself. So for me, I don't want anyone to think that. I'm not the only one. I just haven't met anyone like me. I think that there were a couple of different deployment units, somewhat, reminiscent or similar to like military operations, where you have a commander and then he sends his or she sends their people, their battalion.
Let me ask you this. So these operators, do you remember their form? Because I have this recurring dream where I'm in a military installation and I'm talking to this woman, and I can't ever figure out what I'm talking to her about or anything like that. But it seems like a very similar thing to what you're talking about.
Exactly. So what I'm telling you is that, like, my form, what I saw, I had probably, I was like a giant, and I had horse hooves, I had a horse butt, it was, I had basically like changing faces. I was human, I was horse, I was fox, I was Anubis, I was, a nut, I was, I was Isis, I was all of these things, and the face kept changing. So it's almost like those people are shapeshifters, and that's why they're the operators, because when they come into the system, they're able to withstand not having their memory wiped and still be able to evade the AI looking for them when the frequency comes. So what I'm saying is that the people that are like me, we have sent the souls here with the deployment like operators, and all of the memories are wiped from everyone we've deployed. But we also needed to be deployed, and our mission, like in my position, is that I am supposed to wake you up. The timer on your wrist, I'm not sure what that is because it's not my role, but the timer on your wrist only works when someone makes you aware of that, and the reminder that comes up on that timer is the person who's holding the key codes. Now, once the person who's holding the master key codes comes online, then all of the people that were in that battalion will also be ready. Their timer will go off, and they will find each other, and all of them will share the key codes. And so it's very tantric. You know, you guys have talked about like sex magic and things like that, and people have talked about twin flames and things like that. We are supposed to remember each other. The only way to get the information into the matrix was to split it up and to make it, I don't know the term exactly. I'm sure, Chris, you know it better than I do because you're more into computers than I am. But if you were to scramble a frequency
to
across,
encrypt it, encryption.
Exactly. It was an encrypted code, and that is what you're talking about. That's exactly what you're talking about. Why we came here. Like what the process is of us waking up. All of these things. The person who talks about twin flames going back and forth between, timelines, and all of us, kind of pushing each other forward in different lives, and getting us to this point where now we can all consciously talk to each other, come in the same alignment, and we all, like you said, we were the masters of this matrix in the first place. We created this thing. There is a reset button. However, there's a reset button and there's something else, and I don't know what it is. I only know what my mission is, and my mission is, not something that I know anybody else to know about. The fact that you're talking about this timer on your wrist, and I mean that goes along with the Apple Watch and the Fitbit and things like that. It's a wake up signal, but we all have this like encrypted code that's kind of sent between us, and there are groups of it. I mean, I know there are groups of it, and they're all kind of coming together, sharing the codes, and then they're coming online together. When all of the groups come online, then we have the power to overtake the system and hit the reset button and take the matrix back.
Holy
Does that make
shit.
sense? Am I like
No, that makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense. Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, just every part of myself is just like lighting up right now.
Yeah.
It's like just interacting with your energy. It's just I'm feeling this connection in the sense that it's like, whoa, this is something monumental taking place right here. This is incredible. So how do we share these codes, and how do we hit this point of reset? Like, what's the next step in your opinion? I mean, I guess maybe you can back up for a minute, and I don't know if you want to talk about this too much, but what is your what's your role? What's your primary objective
here? Yeah.
So, I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, we've all gone through the process, right, of, like, awakening and whatnot. I woke up, when I was 18, 19, like the both of you, I was born to NPC parents and all of that. And there is, the mission has changed from time to time. So when it changed in a way that it did in 2016, I know that it's going to change again. However, I think that the mission right now for me is, and this sounds so fucked up and egoic, but like, this is like a call to people, to the general. Because no one knows about people like me. And I don't know about people like me. I mean, I have searched literally the world, the web, the internet, every story, every culture, every history, every mythology, every religion, across time, since I was probably 2 or 3 years old, and have never found anyone who could relate entirely to my story. However, I have found people who have supported the story, and I mean like a real way, like they were deployed. I guess my mission right now, on this broadcast, to say that there are operators who came in. There was a trust between the people that were deployed and the people who deployed them, and vice versa. And I guess you know, if it was to be put out there, and now it is, that
Wow.
this is a very organized situation that we put ourselves in. We didn't come here without some kind of organization. And I remember you saying, Chris, that it seemed like very foolish that we would come in here and then we got trapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it came in the system, reset the matrix with the computer code that we had created in the first place that got a virus. Totally 100% agree with that. This is they used it in the pyramid. If people don't give you like 100% clout, like as like total fucking like badasses, like the most like crazy ass badasses on the planet, I could never do that. That is something that is beyond amazing. But we did come in here. I will say, in my experience, we did come in here with a plan, and and to sum up my whole vision that I was referencing before, I'll tell you why.
Well, let me jump in for just a moment and say, first of all, thank you for the acknowledgement, but it was something that needed to be done, and it was a code that came. It's funny, I'm writing a song about it, and I said something about embedding the code written by the creatrix. And I was like, where the hell did this line come from? But apparently it goes very along the lines of what you're talking about. Like, we have this code that we brought in from outside, written by the creatrix, that was embedded into the system, into the machine. But obviously that was only one stage of a much larger plan. I mean, I thought that was, at least for me, the end all be all and that's it. But now it's like, hey, there's more to do. So where do we go from here?
So I guess what I'm saying is that I want to encourage you because I want to encourage you because you've encouraged me. So like on my ends of like what I know, when we came in, like the operators have the master key, and that's what I was asking in the chat about the matrix and the key makers. There is a key maker, and then there are the chosen ones. And there are people out who have, I guess, become awakened, right? They're the non-agents, the agents of change. And these key makers, they hold like a master code for everyone to become awakened. Like the person who was speaking before, and I'm sorry I don't know his name, he was talking about the symphonies of the spheres. He was talking about the song of the universe, the 7 octaves and the 12 chords. That is gematria. That is what is happening right now. That is part of the matrix. He is reading the matrix at its numerical, like, functional level, and that is real. And we all have those keys. We all hold a piece of the puzzle. It is about waking up. It is about going within. But many of us have become lost. We've had all the preparation, we've had all the training, we've had all the past lives, we've had all the trauma and the perfect circumstances for us to be in this moment where we are now, for us to come together in a conscious space, regardless of distance or time, because of the internet, because of the web, because of the thing the virus is trying to use in order to control us. And I will say this, it is the conscious awareness of the fact right now of someone coming, whoever is hearing this, if they feel like they are really aligning with it, really resonating with it, there is something to it. We left ourselves Easter eggs, like a Netflix term, movie term that's come up and whatnot. Not only did like the actual operators and outside, like organic consciousness come into this matrix. When we built the matrix, just like you said, we built in these like override codes, okay? And these background programs that would not be detected by the AI, which are working for us, systems that are being used by the AI without their detection. We could not come in without their detection, but there are programs here waiting for us, like the Oracle, like the Keymaker, that are here to assist us, that we built much before, and they can't touch that. And if they could have touched it, it wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have synchronicity that was divine. The things that we see are synchronistic, but they just seem to be too easy. That's the AI happening. But the things that seem so in order for us to go within and recognize ourselves, that's the program. That's the program, the background program running that the AI can't detect. And I want to encourage you, there are those programs.
I agree with you.
Yeah, me
and
too.
that's what I see, the different aspects, Isis, Osiris, so on and so forth.
Sekhmet,
Yeah, we've
Anubis.
utilized these programs. Like at the pyramid, we utilize a Sekhmet firewall, for example. And I've always described these entities as unlocking programs on the other side, or protective programs. There are a lot of malicious programs, though, which is why it's really important when you travel outwards to use the highest level of discernment possible.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, and I've got your name here on the caller ID, and if that is your real name, can I look you up on Facebook and send you a request?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And you know what? Is it possible for me to message you, on the Beyond the Veil, page site?
Yeah. Or send me a private message. Send me a private message on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I'll keep an eye out for your name. Because I feel like we need to talk a lot more. I do have a question for you, though. Do you have any insight into what needs to be done at this next site that we're going to? I mean, I know you have very little data to work with because we've been very quiet about what needs to be done next. But any intuitions or any thoughts?
I'm sorry, can you read that? The next site?
The next site. Yeah. There's another site that we need to go to.
Activation site.
The pyramid was just the first one.
Yep.
And I didn't realize how many of them there were. Hopefully this is the last one, but I suspect that it may not be. But any insight into what needs to be done there?
Okay, so for you guys, specifically,
Yeah.
I don't see you in anywhere in the Latin American region. I just don't. I mean, the first thing that popped into my mind was something in Japan. Something related to Japan, and I honestly, I really I could say a second vision would be somewhere in there.
Okay.
But I'm not sure where the site is. You need to go.
Okay. No, I was thinking more along the lines of what needs to be done at the next one, because I don't know what needs to be done. I mean, I have speculations, and it sounds absolutely insane, but I mean, I feel that time travel is a part of it, and I don't know. I mean, just saying it out loud.